250 presented by Ultra. We just had our final finisher of the Sedona Canyons 125, Bala Submaranian of Sunnyvale, California, complete her journey in Sedona Canyons. I recognize Bala from other large events. She did Haviland 100 a couple years ago. I think maybe it's some fixed time stuff as well. Looks like she is a prior blue participant beyond Limits Ultra.
Yeah.
So I know that means you probably shared some dirt with her. Jackpot, also to her credit in the past. Shout out to Bala for being our final finisher in the Sedona Canyons 125. So that race is now in the books from the front to the back, from True Heart Brown to Bala Submaranian. So everybody else that is coming in is a Cocodona 250 participant. Thanks to everybody tuning in with us this morning. Over 1,100 of you are choosing to forego your long run and hang out with us for the next couple hours. Jake Jackson and Chris Warden here. We have just hit the 6 a.m. mark, which means we have 240 minutes remaining for the remaining, I want to say about 40 or so runners to complete their 250-mile journey in the Cocodona 250, presented by Ultra.
And did we have a count on how many of the 250 runners were still out there?
Yeah, I can pull that up here real quick. By my count, I think I see 41.
Okay.
Currently, the back of the pack was Stacy Dosty at mile 244.3. And 15 runners have crossed the 250-mile threshold at my last count. Maybe one or two have added since then. But yeah, all 41 runners are within 10 miles of the finish here at Cocodona. It is getting to be a very exciting time. There is one more cutoff remaining in the race. That is at Trinity Heights, coming up in 2 hours and 15 minutes, basically, at 8:15 a.m. local time. All runners have to be in and out of Trinity Heights. But Jake, I think you and I can both agree that if you're getting to Trinity Heights in that cutoff, you have 3.9 miles to go and an hour 45 to cover it.
Yeah.
You're getting home.
And it's the easy section. I mean, there's no more climbing after you.
Correct.
Basically, everybody's heading downhill now. Stacy might have a little bit more to get up to the actual peak of Eldon. But yeah.
I like her chances.
We're looking good.
Really, we're in great shape here at this year's Cocodona 250, presented by Ultra.
I mean, she basically has, 2 hours and 15 minutes to go, 5.7 miles approximately. So,
and with so much downhill in front of her, I know that that first part of the descent from Eldon's summit is going to be rough. But once off the Eldon summit, it's going to be a good situation. As our latest finisher, Lacy Leesey, I hope I pronounced that right. Lacy Leesey, I recognize that name as somebody who had a few questions for the race command at the on the Facebook group, set up for runners of New Oxford, Pennsylvania, 36-year-old. I had pulled up some results of Lacey's. Ran World's End in 2024, a race back east, the 100K. Ran 2022 Jackpot 100 and finished 8th. And 46th place at Haviland 100 2021. So congratulations to Lacey. Our newest person to complete the Cocodona 250.
we should be seeing Amelia Keegan of Silver Spring, Maryland, coming in next. This will be her 7th 200 miler and second time running Cocodona from Maryland, and work in faith-based advocacy, trying to advance peace and justice policy on Capitol Hill. She's a mother of 2 young kids, ages 6 and 3, and grateful for the chance to run Cocodona this year. What inspired her? This is such an incredible race. I ran in 2024 and had such a blast that I've been longing to return. The 200 distance is truly transformative. Absolutely.
Amelia is coached by Andy Jones-Wilkins.
Okay.
So obviously...
I'm sure Andy's probably up right now.
Oh,
getting
absolutely.
ready to cheer her in.
Absolutely. AJW was not able to be out here the entirety of the weekend due to family commitments. Congratulations to Tully, his son, for graduating college and thus bringing to a close over a decade of tuition payments for the Jones-Wilkins
he
family.
Was super excited about that.
I can
Don't blame him.
Positively that AJW is thrilled that he has made that last tuition payment. He's spoken at length about it multiple times.
So some of her races, the Mammoth she finished last year, Tahoe 200, Bigfoot 200, Cocodona.
Looks like Daniel Bailey of Milwaukee, Oregon, coming in here.
Okay. Running
with
in.
A nice hustle to the finish. A Papa, a runner, and a writer, hopes to inspire the everyday person to do more than they think they can because they're all capable of more than they think. Also likes cats and turtles and snails. He has a lot of friends who ran Cocodona 250 in years past, so he figured he might as well check it out. Prior to this, his longest distance was 300 miles at another race in Arizona. The Hangover Trail was what excited him, wanted to see what the fuss is about. His name and his son's are anagrams of one another. His son's name is Denali. This is his 8th race of 200 miles or greater. Didn't start running long distance until he was 39, so 10 years under his belt. Wanted to give a shout out to his son Denali, who we wanted to encourage to set big goals and get after them. His homeboy Philly Roll, who takes care of his animals while he's away on vacation. So congratulations to Daniel Bailey of Milwaukee, Oregon.
Here we have another finisher. Who is this that just came in, Chris?
Bib number 207, Jackie DeReuter.
Okay.
Out of Brewster, Massachusetts.
Oops.
Ran Black Canyon 100K earlier this year. Leadville 100 miler last year. Looks like this is Jackie's longest race to date. Again, 48 years old, out of Brewster, Massachusetts. Congratulations to Jackie.
Yeah, one month of 3. Am I saying that? Yeah. They were saying that they're going to have post-Cocodona depression after this ends. Yeah.
That's a real thing.
Yeah.
I can speak to a couple of years ago after the 2024 race being very emotionally drained after the fact.
Yeah, you just get so invested in something for this
Absolutely.
long, and you kind of have to go. It's like you go back to your regular life again.
Yeah. So we are in hour 121 of the Cocodona coverage presented by Ultra. You can see the Coros clock in the upper right-hand side that tells you how much time has elapsed in the race. The Sedona and Flagstaff Crest races are all in the barn. All we have out there remaining are Cocodona, awaiting Cocodona finishers over the next just under 4 hours. And if I am correct, that brings the number of runners still remaining on the course.
So, Chet, how many of you are in the lottery currently or on the fence trying to decide if you want to put your name in the lottery for next year?
I mean, obviously it's a very appealing thing. I know that some people look at the lottery as, making it harder to get into, but did you try and log into the website last year? It crashed our interwebs.
Yeah.
The host website was not able to handle the flow of traffic, so I think this democratizes it a little bit. Of course, 475 spots will be available via the lottery. There will be a limited number of spots reserved for race director discretion. Those will not be affected by the amount in the lottery. That lottery amount is set.
Yeah.
So, in case there were any concerns about, maybe favoritism or anything, no, this is completely set out as Amelia Keegan finishing the Cocodona 250 as well. We mentioned Amelia, a faith-based advocate from back east, finishing her second Cocodona 250.
Looks like the only thing she has scheduled for this year is the Mammoth 200, another one that I'll be seeing out there.
Yeah.
There's a lot of, that one's growing in popularity, it looks like.
Oh, yeah, the Mammoth, of course, another race that was live streamed by Mountain Outpost last year. This year, I anticipate actually being available for it.
Oh, very cool.
So I'm looking forward to seeing the Mammoth for myself. I was asked if I could be a participant in the live stream, but at that time, it was just too complicated for me with other things going on in my schedule and in my life. But I did watch from a distance.
Yeah.
So.
Well, if you're not completely convinced that you want to put your name in for the lottery, there's the other distances possibly you could do, or even come out and volunteer a couple shifts, and that's another way to gain some tickets to get into possibly the lottery for the following year.
Absolutely. There were there are going to be, of course, the other 4 distances that are going to be opening in the days after the Cocodona lottery drawing. So you have until May 18th to register for the Cocodona lottery. And after May 18th, the actual drawing will take place June 1st. Trail Bunny looking for Britney Olsson to roll in. You are not alone. I spoke with Britney in the days and weeks leading up to this race, and I promised her I would call her in. So I've been thinking about this for a couple weeks on a personal level. I'm super excited for Britney to have completed Cocodona. I actually spoke with her pacer, Kat, yesterday as they were going through Walnut Canyon, and I knew that she was in good hands for the final 2 pacer sections. Shout out to Kat Forrest and Megan Kuhn, 2 of our Arizona locals who are bringing Britney in. Of course, the last few miles, it's very poetic that they have to go it alone those last few miles.
Could be another just bragging rights thing, you know. Oh,
Sure.
did you do it the year that we had to do come in from Eldon all by
They
myself?
almost missed the left on Birch.
Oh, really?
They almost missed the most famous left-hand turn in all of sports. That looked like perhaps maybe 199, Aaron Wingerter. The only thing I could tell is that it started with a 1. And Aaron, was a block or two away a few minutes ago. So I think this is going to be bib number 199, Aaron Wingerter. Ephrata Washington. We have anything on Aaron?
Yeah. I guess another person who hated running and then turned 37, got sober, and went from running 1 mile to 100 in 1 year. In many ways, running has saved their life. What inspired you to participate? Ran Moab 240, the only 200-plus mile race I have run. Felt like I learned so much during that race and wanted to give the distance another go. I also love the experience of my crew being such a huge part of their race. And the 3 sisters will be crewing him at Cocodona. Fortunately, Mom passed away in August of 2025, so I was already registered for the race, but I will run in her honor. Longest distance, of course, Moab 240. What sections were they looking forward to? The one that pushes me beyond what I think I can do. I don't know yet what section that will be, but there will be one. Well, you've seen all the sections, so I'd be curious to know what that section is now.
Heading down Cocodona Alley, you can see Aaron on your lower right. On the upper left is the front view of the finish line. Congratulations, Aaron Wingerter of Washington, your latest Cocodona 250 finisher.
Says you ran with the Bulls in Spain in the 20s.
That is an admirable thing that I would never, ever have the desire to do.
No. I want to give a shout out to the crew chief, sister number 1, Rachel Mayhew, sister number 2, Kendra Wingeter, and sister number 3, Heidi Beauchamp. All badass, amazing women that I'm beyond grateful to have with me on this journey. Congratulations, Aaron.
Yeah, great job getting it done. Of course, we are still following more runners coming in. You can see actually Buffalo Park is where our drone is out on seeker mode. The runners come off of Eldon, which is off to the right-hand side. I love Buffalo Park. It's kind of got it's like a sectioned loop. Like you can do all sorts of different directions there. It's all very flat, very runnable. Probably one of the best places in Flagstaff to run into elite runners.
Yes.
Or and not only just like trail runners, but like you're talking like road running Olympians.
Yes.
Out there that it's not uncommon to see.
What do we have coming in here?
Our latest finisher in Cocodona. That right there was Nestor Sanchez, bib number 374. Nestor Sanchez of Fresno, California, 30 years old, first time Cocodona finisher. Ran Sedona Canyons a couple years ago, ran the Mammoth last year.
Mammoth finisher.
It was actually a pretty mild night last night in Flagstaff. Much warmer. When we left the studio last night, we walked outside.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad.
It was quite warm.
Yeah. I actually slept in my car in the parking lot, and I was afraid that I was going to end up waking up again shivering, but I didn't, thankfully.
I want to give a shout out to somebody who finished last night, finished Cocodona 250. It was somebody whose finish was such a long time coming, and that is Anthony Culpepper. Anthony is a 4-time hard rock finisher and also a member of I guess the 3,000 mile club, but across the years does a ton of mileage. And even though he's not crossing the finish line now, I'm going to share his story because he did share his journey. Anthony was one of the people behind the whole concept of this race. Mm-hmm. He's based out of Durango, Colorado, where he works for an organization, Mountain Studies Institute, that connects community and science in the San Juan Mountains. Anthony spends most of his time at the intersection of science and collaboration when it comes to forest and fire ecology. In the world of ultra running, he's somehow advanced in the level of old school with 20 plus years underfoot. This despite only being 45 now. He's been around a long time. And he's a recovering through hiker with a triple crown and many thousands of miles of long distance hikes on the resume, one of which led to the early concept of Cocodona. While he loves races and treks in the high country, he has a soft spot for fixed time multi-days and very fast walking. If you know Anthony, you know in recent years, Anthony has been navigating the ultra that is the health journey of MS, which makes him appreciate any mile that much more. Anthony, what inspired him to participate in this race? The concept that became Cocodona is near to his heart. Watching the event grow over the past 5 years has been inspiring, and it was time for him to give it another go. Surprisingly, he's only done the course as part of a through hike and in scouting. Literally one of the first 2 or 3 people to do the Cocodona concept. The furthest he's done running is 400 plus milers, not including tens of thousands of miles of through hiking, including the Arizona Trail, PCT, Appalachian Trail, the Great Western Circle Trail, I believe that is.
Okay.
What section of the course is he most excited for? Maybe the easy answer is what he is not looking forward to, the section between Munns and Tuthill.
Yeah.
Loves the pines, but maybe not so much forest road traffic. Highlights, dropping off Mingus, the Dells, topping out on the first climb, crossing Sherman into Sedona, and the amazing climb on Hangover and the Red Rocks up to Schnebly. So you know that he knew this course coming in. Anthony is a plant nerd and ecologist. There will be unsolicited fun facts for any fellow runners around him as they journey to Flagstaff. Who's in his corner? He said way too many to list, but all of his Arizona and Air Viper running family. Much love for them all. Big shout out to Ryan Rearen, first-time Coco runner, who is a great friend going way, emphasis now on way back to middle and high school days. Anthony Culpepper. You know who was rooting for Anthony Culpepper and sent me a personal message last night to express their excitement for Anthony Culpepper's finish?
Who?
Ann Trayson.
Okay.
The true GOAT of our sport, trail and ultra running. Ann Trayson is a huge Anthony Culpepper fan, and frankly, if you need anything more than that, you're not going to get it.
Yeah, you had mentioned, or he had mentioned how fast he can walk.
Yes.
That was one thing I noticed when I did across the years this year. I was trying to keep up with his hike, and it is very fast.
He's a few inches taller than me. He's about 6'3" or so, and his walking gait, I've actually asked him point blank, how fast can you walk? And he said that when he gets into a rhythm, he can actually do a walking pace at about 9:30.
Wow, yeah.
And he does so, and across the years, every few hours, he will throw on this shiny silver jacket to kind of help break up the monotony that is, for some people, the 1.4 mile loops at Peoria Sports Complex for across the years. Our next finisher coming in here to the Cocodona 250. Going to make that right turn around the corner. That is Nicholas Tugini. Nicholas Tugini, bib number 335 of Houston, Texas. 50 years young.
Doesn't have much of a resume, but he finished the Zion 100 back in 2024, Rocky Raccoon 100K in 2022, and Running the Rose 54K in 2021. So this must be his longest distance completed. Way to go, Nicholas.
Congratulations to Nicholas. Talking about across the years, I see a name that I've seen on the screens at across the years as I cross the loops. I think Hannah Carta in the chat.
Yeah,
shout out.
Shout out, Hannah. Another super positive runner that's always great to see out there.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Been a part of the ATY scene for a few years, I believe. As we see Nicholas hanging out at the finish line, going to take a few more pictures. You got time. Plenty of time.
Hannah, we'll see if I go back out to ATY this year. I had such a great time out there last year, so there's a pretty good chance.
Nicholas Tognini was a part of a fairly sizable group of people that were about the mile 250 to 251 point a little bit ago. So we could be seeing a handful of people coming in rapid succession. We'll do our best to keep up with everybody coming in. We've got, by my estimations, 35 runners left on course. Some of those we expect to see coming up: Jennifer Kulich, Emily Hill, Alex Daniels, Bill Holmes, Roman Johnson, Tim Palin, Rose Nolan Watson, David Toms, Tanya Carmona, and a fan favorite in the chat, Britney Olsson.
Yeah, one of my best memories of across the years was getting to see Ann Trayson out there, getting back after it. So cool.
Yeah, I mean, and I was so glad to witness when Ann Trayson hit the 100-mile threshold at
went out for a
across the
50K,
years.
right, and decided to just keep going.
And kept going and found herself with her most recent 100-mile buckle. I mean, how can you not love that story?
Amazing.
And when she crossed the finish line for that 100-mile loop, the number of people, there were, without exaggeration, over 100 people behind her, just watching her come in. One of the truly inspiring moments in our sport in recent memory. And Anne, I hope she doesn't get upset with me for sharing this, but the fact that that was her first big return in a long time, AJW and I were super excited there. We basically commandeered the studio to say we were going to interview Anne after Across the Years, and we got the opportunity to do so. However, it was on her terms, and Anne's terms were that she wanted to wait until every other runner was completed. She would not. She would absolutely
she didn't
not
want any of the attention.
Interrupt anybody else's moment. And we weren't even doing like live anchored coverage. We were just having video of the finish line.
Yeah.
She didn't care. She was out there to ensure that every runner got their moment of recognition and respect as a part of Across the Years. And also from the people on site. She wanted to cheer them on. You know, a finer ambassador for this sport of ultra running, I can't imagine.
Yeah.
Ann Trayson, truly the GOAT.
So there's a question in the chat. Would anyone know if the 40 mile was covered and where to watch? Well, we were bringing in as many of the 40 mile finishers, Flagstaff Crest. They finished here in the same spot as the Cocodona 250 and the Sedona Canyons 125. That race looks like all the finishers are in. They did not have a tracker with them that some of the longer distances have. That's mostly for a safety purpose. So it was a little bit harder to see where they were on the course, but we were trying to get as many names called out as they were finishing last night and throughout the day.
Our next finisher potentially here coming down Beaver Street, about 3 blocks to go. Also want to give an update on somebody we are familiar with, our 2024 DFL, Robbie Cheney. Also profiled in The Cutoff, an amazing film by Dylan Harris chronicling the back of the pack of the 2025 Cocodona race. Shout out Aid Station Fireball out getting his morning run in and actually took a picture of Robbie Cheney at the bottom of Lookout and moving quite well, to quote Aid Station Fireball.
That's great.
That is an exciting thing to hear, as Robbie Cheney is, I know, has become a fan favorite through his profile in the movie The Cutoff. Thank you very much to all of you hanging out with us here this morning. We are broadcasting from the Run Flagstaff store on Route 66 in Flagstaff. And, if you're in town, come by, peek your head in. We had a couple of people. I didn't get a chance to meet them, but there were 2 people just kind of sitting over on the bench across from Jake and I last night watching what was going on. I actually shot a quick little note to our producers asking if they were guests for an upcoming segment or something. And no, they were just here to hang out.
That's great. Yeah, this studio setup here is
pretty sweet.
Pretty awesome.
I want to shout out. Also, Jake and I last night had an opportunity to speak with Ty from Runners for Public Lands.
Yeah, that was a great conversation.
Wonderful, illuminating conversation about the usage and preservation of public lands that we run on. Of course, some of that involves sections of the Cocodona course, other well-known landmarks and protected lands. We talked about Bears Ears at length and how that section of land has been a focus of, I guess, a bit of a push and pull by various entities. But we talked about Runners for Public Lands, about how trail runners can become involved in that preservation effort along with mountain bikers, hikers, and hunters, as Charlie Gura is coming in, bib 344.
Bio says, married 25 years. We have 2 sons and a daughter. She loves the outdoors and extreme sports like trail ultra running. We have 2 finishers to come through? Or was that maybe her pacer?
That's like, I think that's the family.
Okay.
Yeah.
First learned about this race 4 years ago after volunteering at Cocodona. She ran Flagstaff Crest, then last year ran Sedona 125, and now I'm running the full Cocodona course. She was looking furthest distance with Sedona Canyons 125. Most excited to run through Sedona. Started running 6 years ago after my wife encouraged me to sign up for a 5K. Shout out to the amazing wife, Kathy. Without her help, I'd be a mess. And also special shout out to my brother, Emery, for recently finding the joy in trail running and has come out to help crew this year. Lastly, my pacers, Adam, Nicole, Pawan, and Ian. Thank you for helping me get to Flagstaff. Nice work, Charlie.
Congratulations to Charlie Gura. Chandler, Arizona, a native. That makes 2 of us, as I live in Chandler. course, in Chandler, we don't have any trails to speak of. We have access to two fairly nearby trail systems. We have the Santan Regional Park, where there are a few trail races that take place, as well as South Mountain, which is the largest city park in the country.
Oh, is it? Wow.
Yeah. South Mountain expands basically from on the east end, about 48th Street in South Phoenix, all the way over to, it ends at Loop 202, which would, I guess, be about, I believe, maybe 51st Avenue, where the furthest west point is just nearby, I believe, V Cueva Resort, or V Cueva Casino, rather. And there is a trail that extends the basically the 15-mile ridgeline of South Mountain called the National Trail. It is a very common FKT target for runners who can move very well. It looks like this might be Alex Daniels coming in here. Just a few steps away from the finish line here at the Cocodona 250, has made the left on Birch, going to cross LaRue Street, head up to Cocodona Alley, take a hard right, and then we'll see him on the big screen. Aid Station Fireball, also in our back channels, giving us intel, letting us know that Ashley Livingston, another runner still on the course, moving quite well too. So we're going to be keeping an eye out for these runners as they come in. I really have a good feeling about everybody else that's still on the course.
Yeah.
They might actually even provide us with a short shift here. I think, I did take a guess at that last night, the notion that the way that the back of the pack was moving, that they were all going to be in with room to spare. I don't think we're going to have any nail-biter finishers. We might, but we'll see. Rooting on Stacy Dostie, who was at the top of Eldon last I checked.
Alex making that right-hand turn into the finish.
Alex Daniels, bib number 274.
We didn't have a bio on him, but he's a frequent Arizona trail racer.
Yeah, Alex Daniels, 28 years old, out of Mesa, ran Crown King Scramble last year, a race near and dear to my heart. I've run it 8 times. Love it. Ran Black Canyon 50K last year. Black Canyon in 2024, Howling 100 in 2023. And now Cocodona in 2026. TJ Gardner mentioning, and I talked with Jeff about this, that Jeff Garmire was probably the runner whose tracker was the furthest off course, as at one point Jeff seemed to be 500 miles off the coast of Ghana.
Okay.
We figured out later that represented a 0 latitude, 0 longitude, and Jeff actually noticed closer that his timer was tracking as turning him into a time traveler, as his last ping was in 1969. Of course, that would be about, I don't know, probably about 20 years before Jeff was born. But we might be talking about him as a time traveler in our midst. Jeff Garmire had probably the most well-rounded Cocodona experience this year, finishing 10th overall, finishing finishing off Mike Versteeg and dust up
That was
early on in the race.
the strangest thing. When I saw that, I couldn't tell if it was real or not, and I had to go to the comments to kind of check on it. But
there were people who thought it was very real.
It kept
was
getting
not.
reshared. Yeah, I kind of figured it wasn't with those two.
And then also basically backed down and was able to put 2 in on Kevin Goldberg at the Mingus
I did see
Basketball
that too,
Association.
yeah.
So Jeff Garmire having a very well-rounded Cocodona experience for his 6th finish, making him one of 4 legacies to complete the Cocodona 250 every year, joining, actually he was the first, but was joined by Andrew Glaze, Jose Sosa, and in our overnight, Aaron Flesher, somebody who I'm a huge fan of, a converted through hiker, much like Jeff Garmire. The runners have until 8:15 to get through Trinity Heights. There are still a handful of runners who are not yet there, but I'm feeling really good about their chances as nobody has any more of the climb left that I can tell. Stacy Dosty's tracker has gone way off track, but it's gone off track in such a manner that if your tracker somehow becomes situated off your shoulder, it can give a weird signal ping. I can tell you this because I had a friend earlier who I was concerned had fallen off the backside of Eldon. I was reassured by Race Command because we did reach out to them in concern that it was not the case, that the runner, and sure enough, we waited a few moments and course correction happened. So unless Stacy Dosty ran about, I would say, covered a kilometer in, under 4 minutes down the backside of Eldon,
No.
I think that we're just going to wait until that next ping hits.
I mean, it's I don't know what that ping was, but 2 minutes ago, it's showing her back on course again here. So.
Missy Hendricks coming in as well off of the Eldon descent. Shout out 8 Station Fireball for giving us that intel. We've got our next runner coming in to the finish here at the Cocodona 250 presented by Ultra. I think that's going to be David Toms. Bib number 366, David Toms out of Raleigh, North Carolina. No, that's not David Toms.
No, okay.
No, that is...
Maybe Greg Lesher?
It
No.
could be. No, that's
No.
Roman Johnston. Sorry, I apologize.
Okay.
Roman Johnston, bib
Oh, here
number
we go.
123.
Yep.
Out of Rockland, California.
52
Sprint
years.
finish.
Oh, nice. 52 years young. A tax attorney. Started running in September 2023. Enjoys taking weekend getaways and cruises. Favorite activity on cruises is watching the sunrise as I am running on the jogging track, which I actually did that last year. Spent many miles on the track, which is a lot of fun. What inspired him to participate in the race? Want to illustrate to my 4 wonderful children that we can persevere through difficult challenges and prevail. I want to see how far I can push myself and conquer goals that once seemed impossible. Finally, I want to experience the beauty of Arizona while running. Furthest distance was 204 miles at Beyond Limits Ultra 72-hour endurance run, coming in first place overall. I was looking forward to seeing the Hangover Trail and, of course, crossing that finish line. Any fun, unique facts? I met my spouse, Jennifer, in 1998 while we were both working as camp counselors at Space Camp in Mountain View, California.
Would that make him a space cadet?
I wasn't into running before September 2023. I had started working out at Orange Theory Fitness. Orange Theory had a treadmill challenge called Catch Me If You Can. The runner needed to hit certain cutoffs to continue on the treadmill. The cutoffs got more difficult as time went on. The challenge is designed to throw most people off. He was the only runner to beat the clock during that class. When the coach asked if I had been on the cross-country team in high school, I realized I could run. I started signing up for 5Ks and progressed in distances from there. He wants to give a shout out to his wife, Jennifer, 12-year-old sons, Timothy and Zachary, who are his crew, and Joey, who is part of his crew, and also Pacer. Also want to shout out my daughter, Ashley, son, Joshua, dad, David, all of my other family, and give a big thanks to my running coach, Theo Worth of Walk with a Purpose.
And now what you're seeing in the left-hand side is David Toms, your most recent Cocodona 250 finisher, a two-time finisher, having previously completed the race in 2025, chopping almost 3 hours off of his previous best. David Toms, congratulations. Sprint finish coming in hot and quick for bib number 170, Bill Holmes as well, right there. Bill Holmes out of Santa Cruz, California.
Bill, running with good buddy Jeff Davidson, with whom I shared the trails during the Moab 240. Inspired by all of the amazing people who contribute to make this crazy adventure possible, the crews, volunteers, race organizers, and of course, the special breed of humans that are drawn to challenge themselves on the trail. Each year since its debut, the appeal of Cocodona has increased, drawn by the diversity of the landscape, top-notch support and coverage, and the focus Aravaipa has put on back of the towns and sacred lands we traveled through. What's his furthest distance? 240 miles, but by far the toughest finish with Tour de France, 143 hours and over 160,000 feet of elevation change. He has completed Tahoe 200, Moab 240, Tour de France, UTMB, and much of Bigfoot and the epic Swiss Peaks 360. He was looking forward to the section Jerome to Sedona, but nothing will feel as sweet as coming to Flagstaff. I'll be crying for sure. Fun fact, led business development at Netflix for 15 years. That Netflix button on your remote control is my biggest flex with my kids. Who's out there supporting him? My crew, Nancy, who knows better than most that crew stands for crabby, runner, endless waiting. Jeff.
Love it.
Yeah. Jeff's wife, Monica, and 80-year-old dad, Bob, complete our crew. Special shout out to my mom, who passed in February. She was always in my corner, encouraging my adventures. I bet he thought a lot of her out there.
Absolutely. That is Bill Holmes of Santa Cruz, California, your latest Cocodona 250 finisher. I would expect our next finisher is, in all likelihood, Greg Lesher, a Scottsdale, Arizona native. We'll keep an eye out for Greg. Expecting to see Rose Nolan Walston perhaps coming in. Also, a friend of mine, somebody I know quite well, Kristen Austin. Those two, Rose and Kristen, are probably a few steps behind Greg on Beaver Street. They've all passed Flagstaff Medical Center. I would expect to see Greg hopping through here fairly quickly. Of course, with every passing few minutes, the number of runners on course tends to dwindle ever smaller, and thankfully not because they're dropping out, it's because they are finishing the Cocodona 250. We are looking really good right now in terms of the remaining runners. Our furthest out runner at this point is Stacy Dostie, who is past the 245-mile mark. So at 6:48 a.m., Stacy has 3 hours and 12 minutes to cover roughly 8 miles.
Yeah.
So as long as Stacy keeps moving, and as we mentioned, the miles at the tail end of Cocodona become more and more forgiving. So I really like everybody's chances at this point to be able to complete Cocodona 2026. Of course, we just mentioned Bill Holmes, our most recent finisher, which brings our total runners on course by my estimation to be 26. Shout out to those of you in the chat waking up. Our numbers are creeping upward. You can see a runner in the lower right-hand corner. It looks like perhaps they are working their way through Buffalo Park. That's my guess from that angle, of course. I would need to see a little bit more of the background to be sure. Yep.
Yeah.
Perfect. Yeah, that is
that long stretch going down Buffalo Park.
It's very flat, gentle. And then from there, they cut over to Schweitzer Canyon Trail, which heads downhill to the streets of Flagstaff. They get to Prairie. A slight hill upward as they get to the Flagstaff Medical Center. And then from there, it is indeed all downhill from the medical center. The last 0.6 of a mile you probably drop about 120 to 150 feet. That looks like Greg Lesher here. We will confirm that as soon as we can. Bib number 337. Yep, that is Greg of Scottsdale, Arizona.
Rocking that very popular Ultra Spire Traverse pack.
Oh, man. We were talking about that at the finish line last night. The Ultra Aspire packs being omnipresent at this race.
Yeah.
Apparently, there was a group of runners that kind of realized things at the aid station. They all had the same pack, and whenever somebody would come in, they would all look at each other and start chanting, "One of us, one of us." Greg Lesher of Scottsdale, Arizona, coming up to LaRue Street, the final road crossing of his journey. An electrical engineer from Scottsdale, became obsessed with the live stream. Prior to this, his longest distance was 100K. What section is he looking forward to the most? It's actually the one stretch remaining here, the finish line. And stop me if you've heard this before. Hated running as a kid, but always played sports and did lots of outdoor activities. Shout out from Greg to his wife, Lindy, parents, Gary and Lynn, and his sister, Gail. And Greg, I'm sure, being no stranger to the live stream, having watched it plenty of times, is going to come around this corner and see his favorite part of the course. And
the last right-hand turn.
Does he pick it up?
He's going to savor it.
Yeah, absolutely.
No rush.
Greg Lesher of Scottsdale, Arizona. Your next Cocodona 250 finisher.
Yeah, there was so many people wearing that pack. They need to start a Facebook group. Share some tips on how they had their setup.
Yeah, that would be something as Greg soaks in the applause for his finish at the finish line. Greg Lesher. Oh, we have
a massive group down there at Buffalo Park now.
Of course, the runners are forced to go it alone, sans pacer, after they leave Wildcat aid. However, once the runners get to Buffalo Park, their crew, pacers, friends, fans are open to join them for that final few steps of their journey. It's, from Buffalo Park proper, it's maybe 1 to 1.2 miles to the finish. Buffalo Park itself, maybe about another half mile or so.
Yeah.
From one end to the other. A couple of runners we expect to be coming in fairly soon. We would expect to see Kristen Austin and Rose Nolan Walston. Rose Nolan Walston, bib number 395, out of Landenberg, Pennsylvania, and Kristen Austin, bib number 310 out of Gold Canyon, Arizona. And if you've run any Aravaipa races in the past couple of years, you've either run alongside Kristen or been there and benefited from her volunteer work.
Oh, really?
At those
Okay.
races. Oh, yeah.
Probably a familiar face.
Absolutely. I know that one of her pacers was a friend of mine, Letitia Thornton. So shout out LT for helping Kristen get to the finish line. I would assume LT is actually down at the finish line. And I know that Kristen's husband is also somebody who volunteers at a lot of races and has been working to support her as she makes this journey draw to a close. Of course, we are about 2 blocks from the finish line here at Run Flagstaff. Shout out to the folks here at Run Flagstaff who have opened up their, I guess, extra meeting space to serve as our Cocodona 250 studio for our the Cocodona 250 presented by Ultra. Shout out to Koros for giving us the clock both in the studio on the upper right-hand corner of your screen as well as at the finish line. The finish line is the day clock, of course, and the upper right-hand corner clock on your screen is the elapsed time for the race itself. That is actually Kristen right there, because her husband is in the foreground here, being flanked by, I assume, crew and pacers. That right there, crossing the finish line, was indeed our other runner that was close to the finish line, Rose Nolan Watson, bib number 395. Rose Nolan Watson of Landenberg, Pennsylvania.
She is a professional of veterinary medicine at the University of Pennsylvania. She does mostly large animal, horse and cow, etc. emergency work. She loves teaching her students so much. They are really excited to follow me on this crazy race. Apparently, I need even more adrenaline than I get from it wrestling 1,200-pound horses stuck upside down in the trailer. Jeez, I couldn't imagine. What inspired her to come out to Cocodona? I am a beginner runner, and this is the first race that I've ever trained for. Last year, I entered a 100-mile ultra on the whim 2 weeks before the event, finished DFL, but got my buckle. The next weekend, I saw Cocodona being run all over my social media and decided that that would be my next race. Here I am. Furthest distance was the 100-miler, done without much training. She said it crippled her for a month afterwards. What was she looking forward to? The last mile, I'm sure everyone says that, but otherwise, I'm secretly hoping to do the Hangover Trail at night in a hailstorm while hallucinating giant banana slugs chasing Rachel Entrechin across the stage at an 80s Kiss concert. Okay. Any fun facts? I only really started running in December, so I'm probably the most beginner runner in this competition. This is literally the first time I have ever trained for anything in my life. Here she is finishing.
That is Kristen Austin right there, actually.
Okay.
We'll give the details on Kristen in a moment.
Let's see. Rose wanted to shout out Felicia and Tom, her crew, and I'm also so grateful to them. I could cry. I met Felicia on some random hike we both signed up for, and I instantly realized she was a complete badass. She had just gotten her first passport, and I dragged her to Croatia last summer, and we section hiked the Via Dien. Oh boy, that's it. Dinerica. Cool. Yeah, Tom is her and with her boyfriend, and they're going to make all of this work. Congratulations, Rose.
So Kristen Austin, we also just finishing there. Kristen looks like directing traffic for her crew and supporters. Of course, her husband is directly to her left, as well as pacers. Kristen Austin, fairly new to runners and trails. I don't know if you can say that anymore,
I know.
Kristen. You've been running for a few years. I know that. Loves Aravaipa and volunteers at races as much as she can, originally from Montana, but now makes her home in Gold Canyon. was looking forward to the epic journey of it all, and seeing others face Cocodona down and fight their way to the finish is what inspired her. Prior to this, she had run Sedona Canyons, and that was her furthest distance. And she was looking forward to everything after the first 37 miles. So basically, the fun starts when you get up to Lane Mountain and over that. Outside of running, she grew up in Montana near Glacier Park, lived without running water for 4 years while her dad built a log cabin by hand using logs from their land. She wanted to shout out her husband, John, who doesn't run but is an amazing volunteer. Thanks for the race credits. And is the RV driver for the week. Friend Jackie, who is the perfect hype girl crew chief, along with a handful of amazing pacers. So congratulations, Kristen, on your Cocodona 250 finish. I know personally how much you were looking forward to this journey, and I hope it was everything you were hoping for and expecting, because you worked really hard to get where you're at. And this was all very well deserved. We are, again, chipping away at the number of runners still on course. The next one I'm expecting in is a fan favorite for locals here, Britney Olsson from down in the Phoenix Valley, bib number 90. She goes by the nickname Beebs. And I met Britney actually just not too far from here for the first time several years ago at... as she was at a group campsite with us. We had several friends and some new friends that we made, Britney being one of them. I believe, let's see who was out there, Erica Smith, Vince LaRue, shout out to them. And I think Vanessa Hildebrand. I think, yeah, we had a handful of people that were getting ready to attend the Flagstaff Sky Peaks race, and my son and I were there camping the night before, and we broke camp that morning and headed home. Everybody else stayed up there, and I heard about it later because that's when I first became friends with Britney, that it snowed about 8 inches while they were sleeping in their tents, and they woke up and everything was covered in white. I can't imagine breaking that down.
Yeah. Be a cool thing to wake up to. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
as long as it wasn't snowing still.
Perhaps I can see.
do the zipper and to come out to a different world.
That's Greg Lesher there at the finish line. I can see a couple of our locals. I saw Marcel Vanderstrom, who participated in the Cocodona 250. Shout out to Marcel. You'll get him next time. And Marcel's wife Hillary. Huge dedicated members of our running community in Phoenix. But yeah, Britney Olsson got her eyes on this race a few years ago, of course, so like a lot of people, and couldn't wait to participate. And now just a few blocks from the finish line.
Yeah, looking through Britney's ultra sign-up, this is going to be her longest distance finish.
Yeah, she's done quite a few races, and I remember the first time Britney actually ran an ultra distance. It was by accident, if I remember correctly. I think she was pacing Henry Ward at Haviland 100, and maybe he had a pacer fall through, so she went for 2 loops.
Nice.
That second loop was not fun for her, but she powered through it. And if I remember correctly, that was Britney's first foray into ultra distance was as a pacer. I also remember one time very fondly, she was running the Silverton Alpine. And I can't remember if she was running the 50K or the marathon, but she was actually running behind somebody who paced her today, Kat Forrest. And Kat was running, and she knew somebody was coming up behind her, but she didn't want a shoulder check. So Britney starts trying to run down Kat, and Kat hears this and feels it and starts running faster. So all of a sudden, the two of them are basically sprinting down the hill, and Kat is able to fend off Britney to stay ahead of her at the finish line. And when all was said and done, I had to go up and ask them, so, congratulations, but were you trying to catch somebody who wasn't in your race? Because one of them was doing the 50K and the other one was doing the marathon.
Uh-huh.
But
I've actually had that happen to me at my finish at Burning River. There was multiple distances coming in, and I was finishing in the middle of the night, and we had headlights behind closing in, and it was just, that's... Then the person ended up being in like an 8K race, and I was finishing a 100-miler.
this right here is Britney Olsson, friend of mine. Very proud of her right now. I could see Kristen Johnson and Meg Kuhn. Meg was pacing her earlier. I believe Kristen was part of her crew. When somebody undertakes Cocodona and the journey involved with it, everybody around them tends to rally and become involved. And I know that a lot of our local runners are so excited for Britney. This has been a long time coming. She is always a source of positivity and encouragement. I've had many conversations with her in person and via text message over the years, and in the months leading up, if she had a question, I did my best to answer it, or if I didn't have the capability of answering it, I made it up. No, I sent her to the right channels. But Britney is, again, a fantastic human, and I am honored to call her my friend, and my friend is going to be a Cocodona finisher. I'm sure that Britney's husband, Greg, is beaming for her accomplishment, as well as people watching from down in the valley. Shout out to all of our locals. I can see TJ and Lisa in the chat. Just a couple moments away from Britney's finish.
Running super strong.
Yeah,
Gosh,
I'm
you wouldn't
actually
even
really
notice that
impressed.
she's covered that many miles the way she's running.
I am super impressed with what Britney is doing here, heading down these last couple blocks of Beaver Street. And when she gets down to the bottom of the hill, going to take that most famous left-hand turn in all of sports, that left on Birch. Of course, Britney Olsson, bib number 90. As you mentioned, this is her longest run by a significant margin. Is signed up for Mogollon Monster later this year, so does not shy away from hard things. I remember, actually, I believe that back when the Mogollon Monster had a 105K, she was the final winner of the women's race that year. So, pretty stout runner. Serves as a running coach at this point. Decided to become more involved in the trail running community and help guide and support other trail runners. I see some love for Britney in the chat. Thank you. She deserves it. I see Alicia Judy, who was out volunteering, I think at Lane Mountain. Shout out to Alicia, who has paced me at multiple events. Make that left on Birch, Britney. Again, Meg in the purple, Kristen in the gray and black. There to support Britney as she's picking up the pace. Moving very well. She knows where she's going, and she knows that she's close. I hope everybody is okay with the fact that I am a little bit biased right now, and couldn't be more proud of what Beebs here is doing. And she's going to fly down Cocodona Alley, get it done. You're going to see her in the upper left-hand corner, fighting to finish strong. 122 hours, 9 minutes, 29 seconds. Britney Olsson, your newest finisher of the Cocodona 250. Love you, friend. Well done. We'll let Britney soak in the moment and the applause of those who are hanging out this beautiful Saturday morning here in Flagstaff, Arizona, at the Cocodona 250, presented by Ultra. Of course, it has been a long week. And over the course of the week, we field all sorts of questions in the chat and through social media. And one of the things that we've been asked multiple times, I can count, probably on two hands the number of times that this has come up. A lot of people were wondering, of course, there are certain casts of characters that you tend to become familiar with seeing at certain races.
Yes.
And one of the things that people have asked me is, where is Wes Plate? And I would say, I don't know where Wes Plate is. But we're going to ask somebody who might know the answer to that question. Hey, Wes Plate, can you tell us where Wes Plate is?
I know where Wes is at. He's right here with us.
Wes Plate, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much for inviting me. It's been a great week to be here to celebrate the runners and support them. And I was here. I was here, just not running.
You know what? That is that was one of the things that I saw you last night at the finish line. I'm like, well, he's here, so that's normal, but you're not on the course. Wes, you have been part of the story of this race over the last few years. You have created some amazing content, sharing your journey, not only like during the race, but your preparation lead up, what has made you successful at this race. What were you doing this year if you weren't running it yourself?
This year I was pacing Tom Murray, who was a captain at 3 different aid stations at Cocodona over the last 5 years. Mm-hmm. I think a lot of us talk about the relationships that we make here at Cocodona, and some of those relationships are with the staff and photographers and aid station people, and so Tom and I became good friends just because of this race. And so when I learned that he was not going to be captaining but going to be running, I asked him if I could pace him and be a part of his crew. And so I got to spend time doing that. But then, of course, I didn't get to pace until later on in the race. So on day one, I volunteered at Lane Mountain and was up with the Ultra Spire crew. And man, it was just so cool to see all the runners coming through. I mean, I'm always lucky when I get to run this race to see other runners. But by volunteering, I got to see not just the runners around me on the course, but I got to see everybody. So it was really fun to meet folks who have seen the content you're talking about, and I've been a part of their journey, even though I don't know it. It's been just a really great week for me to just kind of be here and talk to everybody and support their journey along the route.
Yeah, your content was probably, you were one of the first people when I started thinking about doing 200s. You were definitely one of the ones that I started going, deep diving into some of that stuff. So
it's cool.
Yeah, I look forward to more of that in the future.
Yeah,
it's great stuff.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Wes.
Well, Cocodona was my second 200, and I had just done one 2 years before, and I was really excited about Cocodona and when it was going to happen in 2020. And so I was studying it, watching all Jamil's videos. I was really ready for it in 2020. Of course, it got pushed to the following year, but my YouTube presence was very small at the time. I did my first 100 miler in 2018, and I thought I would make a video out of it because I didn't know if that would ever happen again. And my background is that I started as a professional video editor, and I needed to sort of get some creativity going again. So I was like, hey, let me document my 100 miler. Then I documented my first 200 miler, and that got pretty popular. I think during COVID, YouTube decided to just show it to people who just needed something to watch when they were at home. Yeah. So then when I did Cocodona, it solidified my discovery that I loved the 200-mile distance. But it also helped solidify the storytelling that I had sort of fallen into. Just my goal when I made all of my videos of all these races was that I wanted to show people what the course looked like so that when they're researching some future year of the race, they could see what the course is like and see what it's... Because I did the same thing researching all my previous races. And it ended up becoming a thing all of its own. now I've finished 12, I think 200s. I think I've finished 5 100s. It's so weird to say that I have so many more 200s than 100s. But it's been quite an exciting thing. I did this, like I said, just because I wanted to share intelligence about what the course might look like. But in the end, I ended up sharing a little bit of me and the story of it. And I've been able to connect with so many people who told me that my stuff helped them along the way. And I didn't set out to be inspirational, but I'm really thankful that my stuff has been helpful to people.
Wes, your content has reached millions of viewers at this point. Whether it be this or other 200 milers all over the American West, you've shared your journeys of what has helped you succeed. You've taught people from your own personal lessons learned. But one of the things that multiple people are pointing out in our chat is the fact that you have inspired people in terms of gear. There's a certain piece of gear that people have really jumped on this race, and we're starting to see it all over the place. It has kind of become omnipresent, like when you see a certain marathon shoe or a certain type of hat style, perhaps, maybe a shirt with holes. You want to talk about what they're calling literally the West Pack?
Well, thank you to everyone in the chat. It's called the Traverse from Ultraspire.
Uh-huh.
I had been doing this race trying to figure out the perfect pack for a number of times. Mm-hmm. And I had been telling Ultraspire, I think there's an opportunity for you guys to make a pack for this distance, because the packs that everyone was using was just a little bit too small, at least for me. I think the middle and the back of the pack, we don't get away with, the fast runners, they get away with little small packs, less stuff. Us in the middle and the back, we're carrying so much. So the smaller packs were tough to get into. I think in 2024, Ultraspire was sponsoring the Lane Mountain Aid Station, and they were there seeing people in the packs and seeing the problems they were having with the packs. So after I finished in 2024, I sat down with somebody from Ultraspire, and we had this great conversation. I said, do you see what I've been saying now? And I think they finally did, that we had this great need for a bigger pack. So we had the conversation that kept going, and then last year at Arizona Monster, followed by Cocodona, I was able to run in 2 different prototypes. And earlier than that, they had sent me some packs, and we had talked about what I wanted it to be like and how I thought it should be. So we were able to have some back and forth that had some impact on it. But I had no idea that when I got to this race, I don't know, 2/3 of the people or something. It seems
seemingly,
it seems like there are green packs everywhere.
Yeah.
And it's really. I don't even know how to describe the feeling of seeing something that you had an impact on being worn by so many runners. There are those who know that I had a part of it, and then there are those who don't know that I had a part of it. Yeah. But I'm just happy to see the pack on all.
So you're probably referring to the Zygos as the popular pack that a lot of people were wearing last year. That was the pack that I wore. What were some of the changes that they made with the Traverse that differentiates it from the Zygos?
Yeah, the Zygos is I think 14 liters. So the back capacity for me was always just a little bit too small. A little bit too small.
Especially if you have a bladder back there, it was hard to keep some of the required gear that you needed and some of your night gear as well. Yeah,
to try to get 5 liters or 6 liters of water plus all the required gear, it just became a little bit too tight.
Okay.
So what I started to do is have a waist pack on top of the Zygos. And then I got almost to the capacity that I wanted. But with the Traverse, they've got 5 different sizes, from extra small all the way up to extra large. And I think Bryce said that the medium is where you've got the average of 20 liters of capacity. So it's got this giant back pocket.
Right.
And then the top flops open, so that it's really easy for the crew to get into it. And but also the side pockets.
The 2 sides,
The 2 side pockets are giant.
Yeah.
And you can reach into them and pack so much stuff. The Zygos, it was always difficult for me to get my arm in. Sometimes I would get almost a cramp as I'm trying to bend it just the right way. This pack just offers a whole lot of capacity. You can fit 800 milliliter bottle, even 1 liter bottles in the front. Plus, there's 2 bottle pockets on the back sides. Right. So before you even get into Bladder Town, you could have 4 liters almost of fluid.
I noticed a lot of the runners were using something that they developed called the Blottle, which is a 800 ml bottle connected to a hose that you could literally put the 2 bottles in your back and have the 2 hoses come over your shoulder for super easy access to get your nutrition. So
There was
Yeah.
a runner at Lane Mountain, and she had 2 blottles on the side. So she had 2 hoses coming over her shoulders. Plus, she had a bladder inside
Right.
with that hose coming over the
Yeah.
shoulder. So she made the comment as we were filling her up that she felt like she was in the hospital, a patient with all these tubes coming out. But yeah, it's amazing how much you're able to pack into that, and it's so comfortable too.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm really excited to be a part of this project.
No, Wes, I think that it
We're
speaks
looking
volumes.
at one right now. Yeah.
Everywhere you turn on this course, this pack it's a game changer. I
really
think
is.
it seems like everybody. I mean, I've actually seen in the chat people are saying, well, they were out of stock when I tried to pick one up, or they're on back order or something like that. It seems that with the growth of 200s, there was a need to reassess what was available and what was needed, and also I love the fact that when you were going through the prototype process with Ultra Aspire, you walked through it in a very public manner, like what you wanted out of a pack, what was needed, and kind of brought the audience along for the design process. And that's got to be a great feeling to know that. Seeing this all come to fruition and come into action just a few months into its existence, the pack now becoming, dare I say, the standard for the mid-packer and back of the packers at these kind of events.
Yeah, I think that this pack is going to be, you'll see it more and more and more. Because obviously this distance is growing in popularity, and so people are going to be looking to find out, as they're trying to get into this sport, what do I wear, what is the gear, what shoes, all the different things, and I think this will be the standard for packs for sure. I think the leaders, the front packs, the front of the elites, those that leading us, they will definitely have the ability to have smaller stuff, but yeah, for the middle and the back of the pack, there's just nothing better, and it's just. Yeah, I'm just so proud of it.
Yeah. If it takes it might take an elite to go station to station anywhere from 60 to 90 minutes. So obviously their necessary load is going to be a little bit later. They'll have to still adhere to whatever race requirements are, safety precautions. But, in terms of like that extra food, that extra water, like if it takes somebody at the front of the pack, like whether it be Killian or Rachel, it might take them, say 60, 65 minutes to get from aid station to aid station. For me, that might be 2.5, 3 hours.
Yeah.
And it speaks volumes that the audience really has grasped onto this. It is kind of neat to, there are not many times where it seems like they started with focusing on like the public rather than testing with elites and everything like that. Usually it's a process, kind of a trickle down effect. This is more of a like rather than start at the front of the pack, kind of working with you, a notable middle of the pack runner, and it's got to be amazing. I mean, have you talked with runners out here this week and what their reaction is to using that pack, perhaps for the first time in a long distance race?
Yeah, I've asked a lot of runners what they thought of the pack. Some of them didn't know I had any involvement with it, but I was just curious to know how's your pack working.
I had no idea.
Yeah,
I had no idea.
And the universal feedback has been that they love it and that it's perfect for them. I know that Ultraspire also is so good at addressing issues that maybe an individual has. My runner had a problem where he needed to just have the chest straps be a little bit stronger. Mm-hmm. And Tom's a bigger guy. He had the extra large pack, and because he's carrying so much stuff, I think there was a little bit more weight that was pulling the chest apart. So they customized his pack at bib pickup, gave him some stronger straps. The customer service at Ultraspire is just terrific.
Yeah, it really is.
It's just been so, yeah. Everyone has said how much they love it. Yeah. And it's just been cool to see how many people are running. Here's another one here on screen.
Yeah, right. I was just thinking that that's Jared Shernowski of Flagstaff. Decided to have himself dropped off in Black Canyon City and walk home.
Now, Jared doesn't have any customizations on his pack, but I did notice that a lot of runners had patches or various things put onto the
a lot of real estate that you can do that.
Yeah. But also because I think people were recognizing, because so many people are wearing the same pack.
I see where you're going.
How do you know which one is yours? So
you set it down at an aid station, and there's 6 more of them.
That's right. Like Andrea Moore last night came in. She had all kinds of things that customized it, made it hers, and
it's like going to the airport and trying to find your luggage. And
yeah,
they all look exactly
mine is the
same.
black carry-on, and oh wait a minute, no, there's 9 of them right next to it.
We were laughing last night that maybe maybe there could be a new race format where you come into an aid station, put your pack down, and then you leave, you grab a pack. You don't know which it's going to be.
You know what? That actually does sound like something that, like, you know, some of those wackier running clubs. I mean, for instance, we have Rotor in down in Phoenix, but yeah, like to have some kind of like roulette version of you know, a pack, you know, and like whatever you get, you have to go and take for X amount of miles or the next section of the course. You drop it off, you pick up another one. That could be some very interesting times.
You could really there definitely be some surprises in there.
I mean, do you load it up with things that you know that runners need in order to you know, hope that everybody plays on the same level,
or sabotage it?
Do you sabotage it and throw things like you know,
sardines
and toys and stuff like that? That you know, that's actually, it speaks volumes though, that the fact that we're sitting here and we have highlighted, you know, maybe 2 or 3 runners in the last you know, 10 minutes since you came in, and they're all wearing the same pack.
Yeah.
And that they're not alone. I mean, you and I were talking last night at the finish line about the Traverse being now suddenly the standard. It has seemingly not come out of nowhere. Obviously, Ultra Aspire has been doing a great job with packs for a while, but this pack has really landed with a resounding boom on the 200+ mile environment.
Yeah, and you know, if you go back and look at my film from last year, you'll see that this pack is there. Didn't really talk about it. If anybody asked me questions about it, I'd be like, oh yeah, this is a prototype pack. But it was just sort of flying under the radar as I was testing it out in real world conditions. But I have a feeling that this is going to be successful because, I mean, Ultra Aspire makes great gear. They always have, and they've got Jeff Browning's Big Bronco pack, and they've got all these different packs that the elites help them develop, and they're terrific. But I think that the people in the middle of the back of the pack are more inspired if they can have a pack that is built for them.
Designed for them, yeah.
You know, I think that what the elites do are amazing, but I can never be at their level. So the inspiration is less in terms of what gear they use, because it's not necessarily applicable to me. So I think having something that's designed specifically for the middle and the back of the pack, taking into account that maybe they are carrying too much. I don't know, but they're carrying what they think they need.
And those do come in different sizes, right? Or is it one size fit all?
No, one of the great things about the Traverse is that they made it in 5 different sizes.
That's awesome.
So, in fact, yesterday a friend of mine came in, one of the runners who I met in the inaugural year. I mean, talk about relationships. You know, I'm so excited to see somebody who I met in year 1 running this year. Anyway, I picked up her pack. I was helping her after the finish. And it was so small and light. I'm like, what size is this? You know, she's like, oh, it's extra small. And so she loved the pack, and I run in the large, but I think because they make it in so many different sizes, it becomes so many different runners can wear it. It's not like it's good for one group but not another.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So let's switch directions. Not only are you an awesome runner and content creator, you have a race coming up pretty here, soon. Tell us about that.
Yeah, there's a couple tie-ins to Cocodona. So yeah, I am now officially a race director. That's weird to say out loud. And in the lead up to Cocodona over the years, I have always taken a version of the course file and made it my own. I've split it up into different segments and distributed that to all the other runners because I thought people have told me that it was helpful to them. Andy Glaze asks me every year, hey, can I get a copy of your map? And I'm always helping on the Facebook group. And a few years ago, Steve Adderhold made a comment like, Wes, you're so helpful. You should be a race director someday. And boy, I don't think he shouldn't have said that. It planted a seed. But let's see, I guess the story behind my race is that in leading up to the inaugural Cocodona and that sort of stuff, I had learned that by running ultras, I became very connected to a place. Like, I feel so connected to Arizona, even though I'd never really stepped foot here until that inaugural year of the race. Ultras bring us to a spiritual connection to the ground, I believe. So I had this feeling in 2021 when a lot of races were canceled that maybe I could go to Montana, where my family's from, and just run a special thing that connected my family's history through feet. And then I would find an even deeper connection to that land that my family's from. So fast forward, I had made a huge plan, done a bunch of recon runs, and in June of 2023, 5 friends joined me, and we did this special, basically a fun run of it ended up being 106 miles around Butte, Montana. And it was an incredible experience. And we all had so much fun. We all agreed it was harder than we expected, but we had a great time. And it was a light bulb moment, like, wow, this this needs to be an event. At the time, there was one 100 miler in Montana. It's the amazing Crazy Mountain 100. But there was such an appetite. I mean, that race was already selling out into the early years. So I knew that there was an appetite for more. So I said, well, Steve Adderholt said, maybe I should try this out. And so in June of 2024, we did another Fat Ass. We had 10 runners do a modified version of our course. And then we had our inaugural year last year with 100 runners. And this year we were sold out with 150 runners. It's called the Copper Kings 100. Like I said, it's in Butte, Montana. And yeah, it's the other connection to Cocodona is, so it's called the Copper Kings because Butte, Montana became famous as the richest hill on earth because of copper. And one of the mine owners, and the name Copper Kings refers to the three not very good guys who were the owners of the mines who were battling for control. Well, one of those mine owners ended up moving to Clarkdale. His name is William Clark. Clarkdale's named after him. Mm-hmm. He bought the United Verity mine in Jerome. And so there's this connection between Butte and Jerome that's really, really, really tight. And when I asked Steve Adderholt, where did you guys get your buckles from? Because I love that they're made out of copper.
Right.
And I'm going to be making this race in Butte. I want to have copper buckles. So we have our buckles made by the same artist who makes the Cocodona buckle. And yeah, so there's a whole lot of connections between this race and that. And it's an enormous amount of work. But it was really, really rewarding to be at the finish line last year to greet every single runner as they came across and give them their buckle. And yeah.
So what's some of the details of the race, elevation and?
Yeah, so it's a single loop, 100 miles, 14,000 feet of gain, but the lowest point is about 5,000 feet. So you're kind of at elevation the whole time. The highest point is 8,400 feet, but even with those stats, it's harder than you think because the first 12 miles are mostly flat and the last 10 miles are mostly downhill. So all the vert is really scrunched into the middle 80 miles. And there's like an 8-mile climb that isn't steep, but it just goes on forever. And there's a beautiful 90-foot statue of the Virgin Mary that overlooks Butte. There's this wonderful story that's from the 80s of a local man whose wife was dying of cancer, and he made a prayer like, if you save my wife, I'll make a statue. And then at the time, there was like a lot of economic depression in the town, and the community just rallied behind this idea of let's build a statue. So an incredible story that people should look up about this lady. Well, from our start line, we look up and we can see this statue, and as you go around the south end of the course, you can start to see the statue. It becomes a beacon because we have at miles 60-ish of our course, we have an aid station right there at this giant statue. And then as you finish the race, the statue again is watching after you, and then you get to come to the finish line, and then it's there. So it becomes just an element of the course, but also we celebrate the mining history of Butte by letting, after the runners go through all the beautiful nature of the course, which includes 63 miles of the Continental Divide Trail. The runners come back through and they start to run right past some of the current mining operations, and they run through the historical mining operations past all these mining stuff. So they get a real sense of the history of mining in Butte.
Awesome. Thanks, Wes. I want to pivot now to our next finisher here coming in. This is looking like it's going to be Kaylee Fischer of Syracuse, New York. You did see Andrew Glaze running alongside her for a few moments. I assume Andy out there, just making sure he gets his weekly mileage in.
That's right, yeah.
Andy Glaze, I saw him out there. I would assume if you go check his Instagram that Kaylee is going to get some love and some recognition for her job well done at the Cocodona 250. She has to just cross LaRue Street, walk about half block, then a right-hand turn down Cocodona Alley. And Kaylee is going to be our next Cocodona finisher. Again, out of Syracuse, New York. Looks like she did do Bigfoot last year, so no stranger to the 200-plus mile distance. Did the Bear a few years ago as well. So definitely somebody who is trail tested, and Kaylee just a few steps away from being our next Cocodona finisher.
So I'm sure you're probably pretty busy getting the race set up over there. Do you have any races for yourself planned for the rest of the year?
Yeah, I do, and I'm terrified of my next race.
We'll talk about that here in just a moment.
Let's let her finish.
And Kaylee, we want to give her the recognition due as she is coming down Cocodona Alley. Ecstatic
cool.
for her, and I'm sure that she got a moment she didn't expect in that last mile. With Andy Glaze seeing in our newest finisher of the Cocodona 250, Kaylee Fadi. Syracuse,
Kaylee.
New York. Congratulations
That's
to
cool.
Kaylee.
That's
We are
awesome.
here with Wes Plate, hanging out with us here. Of course, we mentioned Wes not running Cocodona this year, but obviously always got something on the hopper in the schedule. Wes, what do you have coming up in 2026?
I'm training for Vol State. The 500K across the state of Tennessee in July. And I mean, I hope anybody who takes on one of these events is terrified because, Cocodona is so hard. And after 5 finishes, I was kind of ready for a different kind of challenge. And Vol State had been on my radar for quite a long time. I don't know how I heard about it, but it's a road race. Like I said, 314 miles, 500K. It's one of Laz Lake's races. So for people who don't know, he's the guy behind the Barkley Marathons. He has a lot of different race ideas.
Backyard ultras designed that.
Yeah, he's innovative in how he approaches races. Maybe he'll take on our roulette idea.
Oh, that sounds like a Laz thing.
Yeah, it does. Vol State is basically you're self-sufficient. There are no aid stations, although the community has risen up and developed a whole bunch of what they call road angel stations.
Finisher here.
We got a finisher coming in. Who's this?
This would be Jared Shernowski.
Jared.
Okay.
Out of out of Scottsdale, Arizona, if I remember correctly. Flagstaff, right? That's right, because he's running home.
Oh, cool.
Shout out to Jared. Came up right behind Kaylee. Snuck up on us there.
Yeah, and so Vol State is basically you're self-sufficient. Get from gas station to gas station or fast food, or people stay in hotels. And it's a totally different kind of challenge than Cocodona. It's very high temperature, sometimes close to 100 or even more, with very high humidity.
High humidity, right.
So even though it's flat, I don't think that makes it easy either. I mean, it's flat-ish, especially compared to something like Cocodona. And I also have to turn around and do that race about 2 weeks, maybe even less. Oh, God. After Copper Kings 100 is done, I got to drive home, unpack, and then get myself over to the East Coast so I can run in that race. So it's going to be wild. I'm excited about it. I'm going to bring all my gear, and there's no crew, so I have to carry not only my camera, but all of my batteries and charging stuff. So I'm planning how I'm going to be able to make a video and share my experience of that race too.
Yeah, it used to be you could pick either crude or screwed, and now everybody's screwed.
Now everybody's screwed.
But I do know, just hearing some about the race, that the community really comes out and supports the runners out there, leaving water and snacks along the way. And there's been stories of people taking naps behind churches and whatnot, just kind of in the ditch wherever you can find a spot.
Yeah, I hear. I'm kind of being a student of this race now, trying to learn everything about every other experiences.
Yeah.
And people talk about getting awoken by the police as they're sleeping on some bench somewhere.
Right.
Heard that one, yeah.
I might have some very unusual experiences during the event, but I'm excited to share with the community what it's like. And the race runners who run it, they love it. Mm-hmm. And there's a podcast devoted to the race, and so I've been listening like crazy to all their stories. Everyone who runs the race absolutely loves it, and so I'm excited to find out what they know that I don't, and so that I can fall in love with this other kind of adventure. They call it journey running, and you don't even have to move fast. You have to just do 50K a day, and just keep on going through all those harsh conditions.
Absolutely. This right here is going to be our next finisher. This is Michael Rearen of Louisville, North Carolina. This is going to be Michael's third Cocodona finish.
Oh, that's awesome.
Keeps coming back for more, does all sorts of stuff. He did the Beast of the East at the end of the year last year, did Mammoth. In 2025. Of course, his previous runs at Cocodona were the last 2 years, so he has a streak going. So we'll see you in the lottery, Michael. Love to have you back. And crossing LaRue Street, and then going to make a right-hand turn down Cocodona Alley. He knows where he's going. He's not going to miss this turn. We have had a couple people actually take a few steps past, but they are quickly corrected by those people who are following the race. They'll hear some, screams down the alley, perhaps, and course correct here.
This is such an exciting moment right here when you make this right-hand turn.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, it's so thrilling to see everybody cheering for you at the arch.
And the Wes, you've been here since the beginning. The reception in Flagstaff has grown tremendously here, and Michael is going to, not like a huge crowd of people like there were earlier in the race, but still, plenty of people to welcome him into Heritage Square.
Yeah, and when I was hanging around the finish line yesterday, there was so many people watching finishers, and some of them were clearly there because they knew what was happening, and they were there to support a runner. But there were also lots of people who were just sort of like wandering in and kind of wondering what's going on.
Yeah.
There's ASU's having graduation right now.
Yes.
So there's a lot of folks from out of town or who are not involved, but they're in this area. So, in fact, even last night I was cheering on a bunch of runners just at the corner of LaRue and Birch. And I was talking to a graduate and their family member who were asking, what is going on here? And boy, I'll tell you what, anybody who asks me what's happening at this race, they better strap in. I talked for a long time.
Yeah,
probably more than they wanted to know.
There's no way to describe to somebody what's going on in like a sentence.
Right? Yeah, and I love this thing. I don't mind being an ambassador for this sport. I'm happy to tell. I met a woman in Whiskey Row, too, who asked about it. I was telling her all about this adventure. And what was cool was she didn't react like, oh, that's madness, that's crazy. She was like, oh, that's really cool. Yeah. And I got the impression that she might look it up, and in a few years, maybe we'll see her out here too. So
be running Flagstaff Crest next year.
That's right. I think people get inspired in lots of different ways, and just by seeing regular people out there in the world, watching people finish these races right in front of their eyes, is an inspiration that those people may not have otherwise been exposed to. So it's really thrilling.
Well, Wes, when I talked to you last night, I was like, if you want to stop by for 10, 15 minutes, we have held on to you for much longer than that.
Well, thank you so much for inviting me.
We appreciate you coming by. We'll let you cut loose so you can head back, because we know all three of us from experience, that finish line is going to blow up in the next couple hours.
Yeah, and it's such a thrill for me to be there at the finish, to welcome them in and to get to greet the people. Some of them I know and some of them know me, and I'm excited to go back there and cheer them in. And
collect your flowers that people are obviously going to be appreciating, your contributions to those who are actually using the Traverse. I'm sure you've gotten plenty of that kind of reception here this weekend.
Yeah, it's a real boost of confidence and makes me feel really happy. The community's been really good to me over the years, and I plan to give back as long as I can. I love being a part of this group and this crowd. And this is a giant family, and we're all family.
Yeah. Of course, like I said, people ask the question, where is Wes Plate? And I was, through happenstance, able to answer it by running into you last night. Wes Plate, thanks for your time.
Thanks for having me on.
Yeah,
thanks, guys.
Appreciate it.
Wes Plate playing a whole lot of role in the success of many of these runners out here at the Cocodona 250 presented by Ultra. Seeing so many of these packs, I know that Wes is extremely proud of his effort that he has put forth in helping these runners succeed. And I'm looking forward to heading back over after the race. And he's probably going to be mobbed by people who had a great time out there, in no small part due to the work that he put forth.
Yeah, I mean, his contribution just on YouTube with some of his content is...
Oh yeah, it's a tutorial for the 200+ mile distance, and Wes knows the people he's speaking to. He is basically firmly entrenched in the middle of the pack and is able to share from his experience, his trial and error to help people. Like if you are looking, say you're a Cocodona lottery entrant for the first time next year, and you are trying to find out detail. I mean, obviously we're talking about the Ultra Aspire Traverse, and Ultra Aspire, thank you for sponsoring the Cocodona 250. But not just that, but also the detail with which that he is prepared for these races. He has laid out the game plan for those people who are going to take 100+ hours in a race of this magnitude.
Yeah. And the thing I always appreciate about his content is that he does it all himself.
Mm-hmm.
He has his wife out there usually supporting him at some of the aid stations, so she's getting film of him coming in. But there's no high dollar cameras. He's usually out there with a GoPro and his cell phone, and it's on another level.
Yeah, we are, as we mentioned, we know that everybody that is still on the course is still moving. We're getting word at the top of the course from our correspondent behind the scenes out for his daily run, mentioning that the sweeper is with the back of the pack runner right now, which we are believing is Stacy Dosty, who is at the top of Eldon, hopefully about to begin that descent. It is going to be tight in terms of that 8:15 cutoff. Looks like another runner in the lower right-hand corner of the screen has just hit Buffalo Park and going to be heading to the streets of Flagstaff. We will have our follow cam pick that individual up. I don't know if we've got one or two follow cams, but they're doing work out there, and we're grateful. I know from talking to previous follow cams that they can put as much as 60 to 80 miles on their feet in 24 hours following runners through the streets of Flagstaff. Expect we would see maybe Katie Lice coming through, Mike Faseline, Tanya Carmona, Bimal Patel, maybe Laura Rambecker or Sarah Mountain to be among our next few finishers here at the Cocodona 250 presented by Ultra.
Looks like, just from my quick count, we have 19 runners still out on the course.
Sounds about right. With Michael Reardon finishing, that would, per my count, be 19. I recognize some names, some previous finishers, some people who were profiled in the cutoff, the riveting story of the back of the pack of the 2025 Cocodona race. Those would be Missy Hendricks and Robbie Cheney. I feel like they are both in comfortable shape as of right now. Also, I see George Lind is at about mile 249. George Lind, a pro poker player turned a trail runner.
Cool. Wonder if he's run jackpot.
That's a funny question. You know what? He's run a lot in the last few years. I wouldn't be surprised. George went all in on ultra running, and I mean, I see him at all sorts of things. Also does some fixed time stuff. And he ran Javelina last year, and I believe his time was around 18 and change. So a very strong runner. Bib number 413. He was also the final entrant in off the wait list. George Lind of Chandler, Arizona. Finished Javelina 100 last year. In 32nd place, very stout, 1854, that's what it was. Finished Cocodona last year and was in the 2024 Sedona Canyons, finishing 29th place. We'll talk about George as he gets closer. It's the only thing. I think that the runner is the one in the front on the right-hand side, heading down Beaver Street for these last few steps of the Cocodona 250.
Got Howie Stern there in the top left, getting those beautiful photos of the finishers coming in.
We are 28 minutes out from the cutoff at Trinity Heights aid station. I hope that these runners that are chasing Trinity Heights go full send, because I really do feel like once you get to Trinity Heights, you still have an hour 45 to cover 4 miles.
Yeah.
Like that is, I would expect it. I wouldn't have expected it to be so tight, but that's where we're at right now. Of course, that view in the lower right-hand corner is of Mount Eldon, that final ascent and descent. And in the foreground, you've got Buffalo Park, which the runners come through on their way to the streets of Flagstaff. On your left-hand side, that is the finish line of the Cocodona 250, presented by Ultra. And in the foreground of that shot is the one, the only, the incomparable, legendary Howie Stern. Howie Stern has you know, tons of photo credits to his name. If you saw the Stephen Park finish photo at Cocodona from 2022, if you saw the Jasmine Paris photo finishing Barkley, that's Howie.
So many cover shots that he's earned over the years.
Absolutely.
So many.
Yeah, and this is going to be our next finisher here in your lower right-hand corner. Let me see if I can suss out who that is. I will be able to figure it out as soon as they cross our timing mat in about...
Maybe Katie, maybe?
Yeah, we'll know for sure in 30 seconds, but if we can find out sooner, you know, we're working ahead. Yeah, I think that might be Kate Lice. If it is, it'd be Kate.
Yes.
Kate Lice out of Delano, Minnesota.
A 49-year-old ultra runner from Delano, Minnesota. She's a personal trainer and small business owner of Sunrise Fitness, LLC. She ran her first marathon in 2003, turned into ultra trail running in 2012. She's completed a marathon or longer every year since 2003 and a 100-miler or two every year since 2013. That's impressive. Here she comes down into the final finish chute. After watching the live stream for 4 years, I was motivated to sign up to continue to push my limits. Having run 100-milers many times, I was ready to attempt a longer distance. I was waitlisted in 2025 and luckily got in for a 2026 edition. Since the race felt like such a huge stretch goal, I knew I had to do it. She was excited to see the entire course. The concept of my own 2 feet carrying me through different landscapes and taking a journey from one place to another is so cool. I haven't spent much time in Arizona, so it will be new and interesting. Fun facts, she signed up for Cocodona 250 to push her limits. She didn't know at the time how many limits would be tested leading up to the race. Her mother passed away unexpectedly on March 25th, 2026, and it felt like the rug was pulled out from under her feet. Learning how to continue to navigate the remainder of her training while dealing with the loss of a parent was a skill I didn't know I needed. Carrying a piece of my mom with me to the finish line and trusting faith over fear. She had wanted to be at the finish line in Flagstaff, so now I will do my best to get her there. Who is supporting her? As a personal trainer and owner of Sunrise Fitness, I encourage my clients to set big goals and work hard in their training sessions. My clients are now inspiring me to keep moving forward. Additional shout outs go to crew chief and husband Matt and additional crew and pacers Amy, Jen, Alicia, and my running coach Jeff Miller. I couldn't do it without them. Congratulations, Kate.
Yeah, great job, Kate. Our newest Cocodona 250 finisher. I can see another great photographer down there, Scott Rokas. Scott had the cover photo of Ultra Running Magazine the first month I was privileged enough to write the cover story for that month's issue, where we covered the Black Canyon Ultras last year. To say I collaborated with both Scott Rokas and Howie Stern, whose photos were in my story as well, I feel very fortunate. Our next finisher coming in, that was Mike Faseline, bib number 357.
San Carlos, California.
First time Cocodona finisher.
He works in IT at PlayStation. Oh, very cool.
Nice.
And I'm an avid ultra trail runner. I'm a dog dad to my 4-legged 11-year-old boy, Teddy. He loves long days in the mountains. What better way to spend a week-long vacation? His longest run up to this is 100 miles, Dark Divide 100 in 2025. He was looking forward to Sedona. This is where he met his wife, Renata, back in 2021. His wife is from Brazil, and we are having our wedding there this July. We are so excited. His wife, Renata, and their dog, Teddy, will be crewing me. I owe them everything. Couldn't do this without them. Amazing. It looks like there's the dog there, Teddy.
Yeah,
and
that's
the
Teddy.
wife. Yep. Very cool.
Everybody, of course, Renata, Teddy, and Mike right there. There we go. Let's see Teddy. There's Teddy. Teddy gonna get some love in the chat, I am sure. It's the doggy rule. Dogs get love in the chat. On that note, while we have a moment to breathe, we're going to take a quick ad break, and we're going to come back with more finishers, our final finishers, our toughest finishers, here at the Cocodona 250, presented by Ultra. We'll be right back.
I'm Steve Adderholt, race director of the Cocodona 250. Janji has provided these Sun Chaser hoodies for each of the race distances for Cocodona. It's our runner shirts. First thing, they're great because they have a hood. So if you're wearing a ball cap, man, it's such a great way to protect your face and your neck fully from the sun when you're out there playing. Integrated thumb slits, so you can cover up some of your hand. It's got a watch slit on both arms. It's UPF 50. So you don't even need sunscreen. Thank you so much, John Chief. Thanks for supporting Cocodona.
Everybody has skin, and we have the skin salve for you. The salve was originally created to heal damaged skin, and it does that very well. It also is amazing at preventing friction, reducing friction. So whether you're using it as a moisturizer, a hydrator of the skin system, or going out, you're in a big race or adventure, the skin deserves squirrel's nut butter.
Welcome back to the Cocodona 250 presented by Ultra. Chris Warden and Jake Jackson. We are just over 2 hours away from the final cutoff at Heritage Square at the finish line of the Cocodona 250. We still have I think just under 20 runners out there. We are going to follow every last finisher as they come in. We just saw Kate Lies and Mike Faseline come in, and Mike Faseline's dog becoming the star of the show. Shout out to Teddy, the dog. I can see Scott Rokas, Jen Laughlin. I see Howie Stern there at the finish line, Matt Feldake. The people who share images and create a lot of the content that encourages people to be a part of Cocodona every year, and of course has gotten to the point where Cocodona is now a lottery. So shout out to all of them for the work they do, and thanks for hanging out with us this morning. Our audience has steadily grown this morning. We've got about 1,800 of you out there who have decided to either forego or delay your long run?
Yeah, it's been really fun getting to see these runners. When we woke up this morning, it was still kind of dark out, and the lights come up, and sun is shining.
Yeah, we are following these last few runners with anticipation, excitement, and a little bit of nervousness.
Yeah.
Because these runners have until 8:15 to get to Trinity Heights. That is at mile 250.3. That is the final cutoff on the course, other than the finish line. From there, they have 3.9 miles to get to the finish. The good news is they have plenty of time to get to the finish once they get to Trinity Heights.
Yes.
If they can get to Trinity Heights, they only need to manage about a 23, 24-minute mile to get to the finish. The thing is getting to and out of Trinity Heights. The course after that really gives them a breather.
Yeah.
The technicality is almost non-existent, and it is mostly downhill. We do have a few runners who are yet to get to Trinity Heights. We're going to name them as soon as I tell you about this runner here.
Yep.
Coming up on the final few steps of the Cocodona 250. This runner just on that final approach to the alley. Laura Rambecker, I do believe.
No, I think that's Tanya Carmona.
Oh, Tanya Carmona. You are
Yeah.
right. You're right, Jake. Bib number 206, Tanya Carmona.
From Mexico City, Mexico. Let's see, what do we got about her?
I remember reading about her in my previews, with trying to find out more information.
Yeah. First Mexican and Latin athlete to have completed and crossed the 5 deserts, 250 kilometers each. Wow. Self-supported in a calendar year. She's run over 35 ultramarathons across the globe, thrives on sleep deprivation and questionable life choices, and is back at Cocodona 250 chasing redemption after last year's DNF. Nice job.
Tanya Carmona
Yes.
making that one right.
That's got to feel good. What inspired her to participate? She wanted to show that women are capable of doing amazing things. Yes, they are.
We've seen that this week for sure.
Yes, we have. Her favorite, or of course, section she was looking most forward to was Sedona. Her favorite snacks are spicy gummies and anything with Tabasco sauce. Yeah, I'm a fan of that as well. Who's out here to support her? Her mom, dad, and husband, which each will run a section with her. Mom and dad have prepared so much for this, so give a big shout.
Congratulations to Tanya Carmona, coming up from Mexico to run the Cocodona 250. It looks like we'll be seeing her later this year, as she is on the starter list for Javelin 100 as well.
Nice. That's got to feel really good to finally get that finish.
Absolutely, the redemption involved. I want to thank Wes Plate again for coming in and hanging out with us here this morning. It was kind of an impromptu long-form interview where we talked about a piece of gear that was critical to the success of many runners this year, the Ultraspire Traverse Pack that he prototyped at this race previously, and now is available to the public. And just the construction and the mechanics behind it and capacity have been widespread at this race. So thanks to Wes for joining us, and also telling us why he wasn't running this year, because people were literally asking us in the chat, out on word on the street. I mean, out in Flagstaff, there are certain people you just expect to see at Cocodona, and nobody saw Wes Plate with a bib. But I happened to see him just hanging out at the finish line last night, talked with him at length for, about what he had done. Shout out to him for crewing Tom Murray. Tom, unfortunately, was a DNF this year, but I have no doubt he'll take a swing at this course again next year or sometime in the near future. Tom made it 100 4,550 miles, I believe, and I saw on his socials that he was not as devastated as I would have expected. He was very proud of his effort. Tom is a tireless volunteer here in Arizona. He has volunteered as the aid station captain at several places on the Cocodona course, as well as being a fixture on the Javelin 100 course as the many years aid station captain for Rattlesnake Ranch.
Oh, cool.
The final way station before
Yeah.
you actually finish your loop out there. And Tom, a very giving member of the trail and ultra running community that Wes Plate was crewing this year. So, just wanted to recognize Wes for joining us and recognize Tom for everything he does here for us in the Arizona running community.
And this looks like a drone shot of the parking area out at Buffalo Park.
Somebody was asking when and where the next ultra is. Oh, we've got our finisher here.
Okay.
That is Kaylee Fischer.
Kaylee Fischer.
Kaylee Fischer, bib number 178. And we got another one coming in right behind, Bimal Patel, bib number 52. So if you want to grab Kaylee, I will grab Bimal's information. Tell us about Kaylee, Jake.
Kaylee, she didn't leave much information. She has some notable results here. 2026 Zion 100K. Also 2026 Crown King Scramble 50K.
Love the Crown King Scramble.
Yeah. And last year finished Elephant Mountain 50 miler.
Nice. Bimal Patel out of Orlando, Florida. I'm always impressed to see Floridians running Cocodona or anything out here in the West, really.
Yeah.
Completely different animal. I mean, you've got long haul, you got keys back east, and, you have to fade alligators and humidity, but, completely different animal. Getting your training for these kind of elevation gains by running parking garages and maybe from Tampa to Clearwater and back on the bridge.
Lots of treadmill, incline treadmill.
Absolutely. Ran Marathon des Sables back in 2025. Of course, a stage race across the Sahara Desert, and now a Cocodona 250 finisher. So congratulations to Bimal Patel from Florida. Thanks for allowing us to join in your journey, and congratulations on being our newest Cocodona 250 finisher.
Yeah, he looked like he had a good crew there.
Looked like he was pretty good spirits right there.
Yeah.
We are keeping an eye on the back of the pack as we are about 9 minutes from the cutoff at Trinity Heights Aid. Last I checked, we had just a few runners not yet there. We'll get an update on that. I do know that Stacy Dostie is a ways out. Everybody else seems to be there or just about there. Trinity Heights is at mile 250.3. As of right now, I can see 2 runners that have not made it there. The runners have to depart by 8:15. Susie Lurie is about a quarter of a mile out. Like her chances to get there in and out real quick. I know that they will throw everyone at her to get that pack full and get her going. Stacy Dostie currently being flanked by the sweeper on the descent from Eldon. We will pay attention to that situation as it develops, as we have our next finisher coming into the Cocodona 250 presented by Ultra.
This looks like Laura Rambecker
That
coming
would
in
track.
from Littleton, Colorado. I noticed she has that distance to empty hat supporting the podcast. She is, let's see, grew up in Prescott, graduated from NAU in 2009, now live in Lakewood, Colorado. She is a mental health therapist and got into trail running in 2021 when she was living in Arizona prior to moving to Colorado. She remembers hearing about Cocodona during its inaugural year in 2021 and thinking, who would want to spend a week traversing 250 miles in the desert? Is that even possible? The truth is, wild spaces invite curiosity. Over the next 4 years, I fell in love with trail running, not just for the adventure, but for the chance to explore, learn from, and be humbled by these landscapes. Trail running provides a unique opportunity to simultaneously experience beauty and the unforgiving ruggedness of nature. She's watched the Cocodona every year and knew that when she finally got the chance to participate in the race, she wanted to use it to raise awareness about the environmental challenges that this unique landscape faces. She's using her race to fundraise for a local nonprofit that does ecological restoration along the Verde River. Her goal is to raise $6,000 to support Friends of the Verde River's restoration and conservation efforts. Every donation, no matter the size, goes directly towards protecting native habitat, maintaining healthy river flows, and ensuring the fragile landscape that the Cocodona course runs through can be enjoyed for generations to come.
1:23:09:16, I think that was what I would call it. As you can see, shots of Diablo Burger at the finish line in the background. Congratulations to our newest finisher of the Cocodona 250, Laura Rambecker. Well done. We do have another few runners coming down Beaver Street. We'll keep an eye out. Shout out to our follow cams doing everything they can to capture everyone. Chris Warden, Jake Jackson, doing our best to get all of our acknowledgments and deliver all the flowers we can. Yeah, Stacy Dosty's tracker has not pinged in a while, but unless there are hugely wild variances in reality versus what we're seeing, I'm getting a little bit nervous as that aid station down at Trinity Heights has less than 5 minutes to closure at mile 250.3. So yeah, and runners from there have 3.9 miles to the finish. Everybody is at least in Trinity Heights with the exception of Stacy Dosty. That includes right now those at the aid station: Wayne Amo, Susie Lurie. These are all people who have registered there, and I haven't gotten a second ping yet, but Susie Lurie, Larry DeBoard, Greg Secatero, and Wayne Amo. Further down the course, two individuals right next to each other. I wonder if they're running together and relishing the fact that I saw these two on stage together at the cutoff premiere in Phoenix. Missy Hendricks and Robbie Cheney. I mean, they shared 250 some odd miles last year in a lot of ways. May as well do it again. Ashley Livingstone, Lacy Aaron, George Lind, Katie Alyssa, Carl Vassel, Sarah Mountain. Those are your remaining runners, and we hope to see as many of them as possible come through here into the streets of Flagstaff. I would expect to see either Sarah Mountain or Carl Vassel as our next finishers coming in. Thank you. We have just eclipsed the 2,000 viewer mark here for Golden Morning, one of the most special mornings of the year in trail and ultra running.
See Kevin Goldberg down there in the photo as well.
I do. They let him anywhere. He is he's a big deal.
Wonder if he coaches.
Of course, Kevin Goldberg, a man of many talents, a 4-time Cocodona finisher. Back-to-back top 5 finishes in recent years. As we caught a zoom in of Diablo Burger in the background, Somebody was asking in our Cocodona Facebook group earlier this week, a place to eat nearby the finish line, looking for burgers. And I took a screenshot of the live stream and I circled it and I said, here's a map. So, and that's one of the coolest features of the finish line in Heritage Square, and I'm a huge fan of, is that if you get a good table, you can literally sit right on the course.
Right.
Looks like we're playing the Zoom game
finishers or just
down
people
Cocodona
could be
Alley.
heading out. Yeah.
And that is the crowd shot. For being Golden Morning, that is a lot of people.
Yeah, and we're still hour and 45 minutes.
And if
Yeah,
you
it's
are
growing.
planning on a, quote, golden hour, I would get down there as soon as possible, because those runners that are still on course that have made that final aid station 90 seconds before Trinity Heights closes now, 80 seconds actually, all those runners that are out, they have 3.9 miles, but an hour 45 to do it. They've made it this far. They are not stopping now.
No. Yeah, unfortunately, it looks like Stacy Dossie probably will not make that cutoff.
Yeah.
She is not out here or out there alone right now. She has the sweeper
Yeah.
to take care of her if she's having issues.
Shout out to our sweep volunteers. Hopefully, if Stacy is encountering difficulties, that sweeper is able to assist her. Stacy Dostie, bib number 221 out of Augusta, Maine, making it over 245 miles to this point. An admirable effort. We'll see. I refuse to call it on anybody until we have confirmations. I have not been told anything. I have seen stranger things happen on this course than an errant ping or two.
Yeah.
So I refuse to acknowledge the possibility that they have not, or the confirmation that they have not finished. It's a possibility either way. Wayne Amo, hope you're getting out of that aid station right now, because Trinity Heights is closed.
It's closed, yeah.
We are down to 4 miles of real estate, a little bit of trail, a little bit of street, and a whole
Pretty smooth
lot
sailing.
of nail biting.
Yeah, pretty smooth sailing.
Folks, if you're with us, stick around for the next hour and 45 minutes, because we are looking forward to seeing our final finishers come in for the Cocodona 250. It looks like either Sarah Mountain or Carl Vassel will be our next finishers. And then we might have a little bit of a break there. I mean, at this point, a break is 4 or 5 minutes, so... Thanks to all of you who have been tuning in through the live stream. Somebody asking what the road is really called. I don't follow. I mean, what happens is they, after Trinity Heights, they hit the Pipeline Trail, which is a connector trail bringing them from Trinity Heights to a very short section of the AZT. They hit that section of the AZT, get to Buffalo Park, and then hit Schweitzer Canyon Trail, which is a northeast to southwest diagonal trail. Very short, less than half a mile. Gets them to Prairie Street. Prairie Street, they go west about 3 or 4 blocks, and then they hit Beaver Street, which they go south for about 6-7 tenths of a mile, actually about 6 tenths of a mile, and then they make the most famous left-hand turn in all of sports onto Birch.
Looks like it might be Sarah here on the bottom right corner.
That makes sense.
This will be her first Cocodona finish.
Sierra Mountain, bib number 244. For those following along at home, we still do have runner tracking. That is linked at the top of the chat. Thanks for all of you who are tuning in. I don't know if any of you have linked into the live update feed, but Aid Station Fireball himself has done a lot of work this week to keep that tracker updated. Was working feverishly the first few days of the week to try and keep up with everything going on the course.
A little bit about Sarah. She came to trail and ultra running in 2018 through endurance horse riding and wanted to get into shape so she could run alongside her horse for a few miles. At that time, she said she would never run more than a half marathon, and yet here we are. And with the last name like Mountain, how could she not be a trail runner?
I was gonna say something.
Yeah.
I'm glad that she acknowledged it.
What brought her to the race or inspired her is, she says, because I can. There are so many people who can't or won't ever get to experience something like this. How lucky am I? She was looking forward to seeing the Hangover Trail. Some fun facts. She's ridden 200-mile rides with her horse, Pi. I think about him a lot out there. Running ultras has definitely given me greater appreciation for how hard they work for us. She wanted to give out some shout outs, first and foremost to her husband, Jacob. He has totally supported me through this whole process, from training and now pacing and crewing for me here at Cocodona. He is my best friend and adventure partner, and I literally could not have done, or could not even gotten to the start line without him. My dad, Rand, crewing. My friend, Amanda, pacing, and her fiance, Wayne, crewing. My friend, Kelly, pacing. My mom, Jackie, for taking care of our dog back home. She's almost completed her 253-mile journey to Heritage Square.
Of course, Sarah Mountain, Katie, Alyssa, Carl, Vassel, we expect to be our next few finishers. Yeah, I think that we're pretty safe to say that Sarah Mountain, because it looks like her crew are wearing shirts with horseshoes on them.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
So unless we happen to have several horse riders in succession, I think we have correctly identified one of our potential next Cocodona 250 finishers, because they're kind of bunched up.
Yeah, just refresh the tracker, and it has Sarah right next to Katie now.
Yeah.
So. We are very gracious and humbled by the acknowledgement in the chat that we stick around for the entirety of the race and acknowledge the back of the pack. Frankly, I love watching, great things happen, and watching Rachel crush this race did bring tears to my eyes, and watching Killian Korth grit through some really tough times to win. Again, that was amazing stuff. Watching Courtney DeWalter finish, watching Meg Eckert, Jeff Garmire, all the runners who finished, even those whose race drew to a close before they expected. We love watching, those names that we are familiar with, but one of the things I love about Cocodona is how we get to know names of strangers, and we're able to get so immersed in their journey, so emotionally invested. I mean, runners that we didn't know existed 48 to 72 hours ago are now keeping us on pins and needles as we watch them fight through something that some of us just have no comprehension of doing. Of course, Jake, I know you finished this race. You know what it takes. You know how much it asks of you, and you're a high-level athlete. You've done, amazing things. You've won a ton of races. But, you also speak of this race with reverence for what it takes to do correctly. Yeah. I've always prided myself as being just a hardworking, everyday kind of athlete that has had some success, but the majority of the runners that are, finishing this race are everyday people. They have regular jobs. They have in many ways, running is more of a hobby than anything else. And to see them get to finish a race just as long as the ones who are finishing fastest and setting course records, it's really inspiring.
Sarah has just made the most famous left-hand turn in all of sports. That left on Birch, now is on Birch Street. With just a block and a half to go. Going to cross LaRue Street here momentarily. Head down to Cocodona Alley. And be greeted by an increasingly large number of fans at the finish line. I know that there will be tons at the end. I'm excited to see how many, but people are waking up a little bit earlier. I think that we've got people acknowledging that golden hour isn't all it is. It's golden morning.
Yeah.
Of course, we mentioned Sarah Mountain. We would expect Carl Vassel and Katie Alyssa coming in, as well as they have their trackers have pinged on Beaver Street.
We should know here shortly who exactly this is. So this was Sarah Mountain heading down the final stretch.
Bib number 244. Sarah Mountain of Salamanca, New York. An appropriate name for a Cocodona finisher.
Nice job, Sarah.
1:23:23:53 by my watch.
Seeing some tears of joy from her crew there.
So elated. I'm sure some joy, some relief.
Yeah.
Some pain, some physical agony on the part of Sarah, but also with all of that, I'm sure pure unbridled joy and relief.
Yes.
Congratulations to Sarah. And by my counting, we are down to 12 on course.
Okay. Did we get everybody out of Trinity Heights? It looks like it.
Yeah, those people that had made it to the base of Eldon are tracking as having made it through Trinity Heights. Again, keeping an eye on the situation with Stacy Dosty. The tracker is pinging, and by our tracker, it doesn't appear she's made it. But I always wait to get confirmation from Race Command. If they let us know that Stacy is an entirely official DNF, then I'll definitely relay that right away. But until I get it from them,
we have another runner coming down. Who's coming down right now? Is this?
That is Carl Vassel.
Carl Vassel.
Bib number 391.
From Litchfield Park, Arizona.
West Valley guy, Carl Vassel.
He's got a couple results listed on here. Finished the Mingus Traverse last year. 2024 Fat Ox 12 Hour. And 2024 Eldon Crest. Nice job, Carl, getting it done. And Carl also has one of those Traverse packs on.
Man, you couldn't write a better marketing campaign than Ultraspire has gotten for the Traverse this week. A piece of equipment, tech that is going to be in the collection of many runners moving forward. We are here at Run Flagstaff on Route 66 on the edges of downtown Flagstaff, Arizona. This is the Cocodona 250 live stream presented by Ultra on the Mountain Outpost YouTube channel. I am Chris Warden, and Jake Jackson and I are following in the Dirty Dozen, the final 12 runners on the Cocodona 250 course. You can see the clock in the upper right-hand corner, the Koros clock. Thank you to them. We are 123 and a half hours into the Cocodona 250, and that gives us 90 minutes roughly to see these final finishers come in. You can see in the lower right-hand corner we have a shot of I believe that's Buffalo Park. We will confirm that shortly. We would expect to see our next finishers coming in, I would say in a few moments. I think that...
yeah, we have a little bit of a gap now.
I thought we might see Katie Alyssa,
okay.
coming in, and after that we might have a bit of a gap.
Yeah.
But we're going to keep eyes on Katie as well as the other 11 runners remaining on course. As I mentioned, we are not closing the book on our back of the pack right now. We are holding out hope, crossing fingers for Stacy Dostie. But next we would expect Katie Alyssa from Beaverton, Oregon. I'm wagering that's Katie right there. Bib number 309.
She's a firefighter paramedic in Oregon. She says she's here for the women's race. Well, we're here for you. We're here for you, Alyssa. Or Katie, sorry.
Katie is living the women's race quite literally.
Yes. She's got quite a mixture of different races on her ultra sign-up. Jackpot 48 hour across the years, and then we have some Bernie Mountain 100 out in California.
Have you run that one before?
I have not. I've never even heard of that. That must be a Northern California race.
Bernie Mountain, Castle, California.
Oh, it looks beautiful.
Castle, California looks like it is, as I zoom out. You are correct. North Central California looks like within shouting distance of Mount Shasta. And far closer to the Oregon border than to San Francisco. No, there's no special buckle for DFL, but if Andre Lee is around, he crafted an award. That man is the proudest DFL in history. Man, he wears that like a badge. But I think it's cool whenever races acknowledge the DFL. I mean, Haviland 100 does it, through Andre. He's collaborated with Aravaipa. They kind of made it an unofficial award, being the final finisher. I've run ornery mule races in the Midwest. Shout out to Michelle Hartwig. And my first time running Hennepin 100, I was the DFL, and I got the Last Ass on the Trail award, which I have proudly in my home office.
Yeah, I've heard runners of intentionally trying to come in last and having somebody else there that's trying to come in last too, and they're like creeping towards the finish line, not wanting to finish to see who would win it.
I am not going to name names, but I know that at a certain race, a certain person, AJW, was actually believing that they were somebody was intentionally kind of sandbagging to be the final finisher. And right now, Katie Alyssa, Beaverton, Oregon. 123 hours, 31 hours and 45 seconds. Katie Alyssa, your newest Cocodona 250 finisher. And then there were 10.
Yeah.
Wayne Amo, Lucy Arant, George Lind, Robbie Cheney, Larry DeBoard, Susie Lurie, Missy Hendricks, Greg Secatero, Ashley Livingston, and Stacy Dostie. Those are the 10 runners who are showing as being on course at this point. As time winnows away, we have until 10 a.m. for these runners to come in. All the vibes, all the positive support. I know that these runners appreciate the fact that all of you are hanging out. Over 2,000 of you so far, and I have suspicion that that number is going to rise when people come in from their long runs this morning. Those of you that didn't skip them like we did. Are you going to go out and get a long run in before you head back home, Jake?
More than likely not. If I decide to run, it'll be later on tonight once I'm home.
How long is it going to take you to get back home?
From here, I think it's about a 7-hour drive.
Okay.
So not too bad.
Well, I appreciate you making the drive up here because it has definitely added something, to have a Cocodona finisher and now a grizzled veteran of the Mountain Outpost live streams.
This has been an experience for me. It's been a long but very fulfilling week.
You get, when you're a part of the Cocodona live stream, it is really like working, for every shift, it's like a whole new race. If you worked 3 shifts, then that's, triple the experience that you would normally get at another event.
It was kind of funny. Before my race on Monday, the night before, you're having the thoughts of, did I pack the right things in my drop bag? What shoes am I going to wear? What am I going to eat in the morning? And then after the race was over, the day before my first shift coming on here, I started to think, don't stumble over words, don't say certain things, try not to say a million times. You start having those, I just said again, those pre-race, pre-commentary, thoughts.
Jitters.
Yeah.
But you know what? The fact that you acknowledge that shows that you are going to be taking my job sooner rather than later.
I don't know about that.
I think we just caught eyes a little bit ago on Missy Hendricks coming through Buffalo Park. Looking forward to seeing Missy finish. She was a part of the Cutoff film that just recently premiered on YouTube. Go watch the Cutoff in 1 hour and 26 minutes. And I say that not in jest at all, because I know that the withdrawal from the Cocodona 250 is very real.
Yeah.
And as we await our next finishers, I do want to take a moment to... for those of you who have been sharing this journey with us, we thank you. And I am definitely not a professional in any capacity whatsoever, but I can speak from experience that the days, after Cocodona, you spend, X amount of hours, whether you're on watching the live stream for 10 hours, 20 hours, 30 hours, it's in the back of your mind. This journey that over 400 runners have undertaken across the state of Arizona, it affects you. It becomes a part of what you have been experiencing over the last few weeks, and it's very real. As that's Lacy and Aaron coming through Buffalo Park, but even just following this race, you can feel hollow afterwards.
Yeah. I think one of the biggest things that I have always gotten from ultra running, we go through life and we have to go through hard things, and granted, this is something that we paid for, that we volunteered for to finish. Mm-hmm. It just makes going through those unexpected real life problems a little bit easier. That if you can, get through a 100-miler or get through a 250-mile race and do hard things, that those hard things become a little bit easier to manage.
Exactly. Yeah, for those runners, I think everybody is actually off pipeline, which is huge. They're off pipeline and on that connection to the AZT connector leading into Buffalo Park, which is the absolute last bit of technical trail that they have to endure. Even at the very back, I think that our back of the packer is potentially Greg Sitaro or Wayne Amo. And either way, if I'm venturing a guess, maybe 500 meters worth of technical trail, and mild technical trail at that,
yeah,
before they get to Buffalo Park, at which point it is buttery. the lower right, you can actually see Buffalo Park. And I have a feeling that some of these runners are, they're getting recognized and acknowledged by those people that are training in Buffalo Park.
Absolutely.
And like I said, you have pro runners, you have Olympians that are going to be out there offering words of encouragement as these runners make their way through these final steps. As we had earlier with one of our recent finishers, we had an Andrew Glaze sighting. He literally side saddled up to the runner on Beaver Street and was offering words of encouragement and taking selfies with her, which, for some people is going to be a highlight of their race. We are down to 10 runners at this point, whose journey we are following. Again, we are keeping our ears to the ground for Stacy Dostie to find out whether or not she is continuing on. It looks like she missed the cutoff at Trinity Heights, but again, I don't call it until I get confirmation from Race Command. So until they say something or until they tell us that we are signing off, we know that, and in my case, I always hold out hope.
Yeah.
Frankly, how could you not? Of course, talking about that withdrawal, kind of circling back to that I was mentioning earlier, with the withdrawal from following an event such as this is very real. Any ultra, you have that feeling, but in this one where you've spent a week either watching or thinking about these runners and the awesome things that they're doing, don't let it get to you. Go out and get some sunshine, get some energy or some activity in,
right.
Movement. Think about how awesome these efforts are, because I have let the withdrawal from this race put me in an unhappy place, and thanks to friends who picked up on it far before I was able to realize it, they kept me from really feeling any worse than I potentially could have.
So there's a question here in the chat. Does anyone know if Stacy will carry on even though she missed the cutoff for the final aid? So basically, just because you're in the race, when she gets into Trinity, if she is considered a DNF, did not finish, there's no reason why she can't just keep going and finish on her own.
Correct. There are no private property considerations.
Yeah.
I would assume, I know that sometimes if you refuse to leave the course, but this, as you can see, that's Andy Glaze right there at the finish line. You're basically taking a walk through the park to the finish line. And we'll see if...
Now, I don't know if they have already started to break down the aid station. I'm sure they probably have. Just because of, they can't sit out there all day.
Exactly.
Maybe they'll leave her some water possibly if she does decide to continue on to the finish, if she is out of water and needs something.
Yeah, I could see. And again, this is actually an unprecedented situation for this race. Like, nobody has made it this far. I believe the furthest we had anybody make it previous to this was Walnut Canyon or maybe Wildcat prior to this year. I think actually Walnut Canyon was the furthest anybody had made prior to missing a cutoff. So we'll see what happens and adhere to what Race Command tells us, if anything.
And they may be just leaving the tracker up right now.
Sure.
Just for security, safety purposes. she does have the sweeper with her. Mm-hmm. So.
Of course, that's one of the things that I like to remind people. I love the ability, the trackers, as a fan, whether it was in the pre-live stream days or, today that we have the live streams and are able to watch these races in real time. Those runner trackers are first and foremost a safety measure, which is why they are implemented in Cocodona and Sedona Canyons and Bradshaw Brute and not in the shorter races. I know that man right there. He is a familiar face to me, a Phoenix local, George Lind. George Lind was the final runner off the wait list in the Cocodona 250. Bib number 413, which reflects that. With a bib number of 400, you got into the race pretty late.
Yeah.
George Lind, I guess technically in Chandler, Arizona, a former pro poker player, and going for his second finish here, just a few steps away from that, was a pro poker player, sports bettor who was 100 pounds overweight and saw a picture of himself with his son when he was born. And he said he looked way bigger than he realized. He decided instantly at that point that he needed to be in better shape for himself and for his son. So he lost 100 pounds in the next 18 months, eventually got into running, and the distances kept getting longer and longer and longer. Stop me if you've heard that one before. Until he ended up doing Cocodona last year. He has a 15-year-old son and twin 12-year-old girls and has been married for 19 years. He watched the stream in 2023 and fell in love with and wanted to be one of the people who does this race every year. Was on the wait list in 2024, never got offered a spot, so signed up for Sedona Canyons. Got it done. Signed up in 2025 in the first few minutes to make sure he got a spot. First half of the race went really well. Things got sideways on Mingus. But actually, I do remember this. I heard about this. He had to hold his neck up with his hand or stuff some clothes under his chin to keep from looking straight down.
Interesting.
I remember this. We actually talked about this. Finished about 40 minutes ahead of the final cutoff. In 2026, tried to register, but couldn't log in for like 30 minutes. And when he finally got in, he was a couple hundred down on the wait list, kept moving up. And 4 days before the start, he got in. He loves every part of the course. And as far as any fun, unique facts about him, he thinks he covered them. And he is I've always wanted to ask him about this because I'm a casual poker player, but he made a living doing it for a while.
Wow.
So he wanted to shout out his wife, Deb, his son, Cooper, Kaylee and Kelsey, his twin daughters. Ryan Berkmeyer's his pacer from Munns to Wildcat. Ryan Snickles, Tom Poland, Joshua Locke, who are all crewing other people, but all of them stepped up to help him when he got into the race with 4 days' notice. Josh Locke, somebody who lives basically right around the corner from me down in Chandler, he is a two-time top 5 finisher at Cocodona. Tom Poland, a former finisher. Ryan Snickles, an excellent super long distance runner. So George has a lot of help. I also remember that during some of the Cocodona training runs last year, he would go out. AJW was the one who organized those. And apparently George kept getting lost.
Oh, really?
On some of the trails in those Cocodona training runs. And again, also had maybe perhaps some trepidation about a hangover trail. But I see George at a lot of local events. He does a lot of fixed time stuff, does a lot of local ultras, always a fun guy to talk to, usually smiling, even when he's deep in it at a race.
Yeah.
I've watched him, do big mileage on the Nardini Manor Loop, which I know you've been out there. And now George is a back-to-back Cocodona 250 finisher, pending his stroll down the streets of Flagstaff. If somebody's asking when golden hour is, I mean, typically golden hour is the final hour of the race, which would mean it would start at 9 a.m. here. I always hedge when we are covering Cocodona because this is the 6th year of this race. And of the previous 5 years, 2 of the years we didn't have a golden hour. Actually, I remember a friend texting me in 2021 asking, hey, I'm going to come up to Flagstaff for golden hour. And or maybe it was 2023. But they texted me, and they knew that it takes 2 hours to get to Flagstaff from where they were at. And they texted to say they were going to be leaving at 6:30 in the morning.
And there was nobody
And
here when you
well,
got
I had
here?
to tell them. I said,
Yeah.
the furthest finishers are like 5 miles out.
Yeah.
I said, it's going to be over.
Yeah.
And the team at Air Viper Running, like if they were to keep a camera on the finish line area for much longer than the end of the race, that thing is broken down in 45 minutes.
Yeah,
like
they're
all of it. It is
professional. Yeah, it's
amazing.
crazy.
Like everybody's so exhausted and wants to go home.
Yeah, I mean, I got to Fort Tuthill about 5 minutes after their cutoff yesterday, and almost everything was already broken down.
Oh, yeah.
It was crazy.
I mean, they're not breaking them down in advance of the cutoff.
No,
it's just
no,
that
no.
once things,
It's so efficient. They've done it so many times.
yeah, they move
Yeah.
so quickly in getting that done. There's Robbie Cheney on the right-hand side. I recognize that that gait and that hair. I mean, look at all the. There's people
Yeah,
at
there's
Buffalo
people that are
Park
waiting,
waiting.
yeah.
How cool is
We have
that?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, just in that section right there. Maybe 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah.
I expect George Lynn to be coming around the corner any second here. And after George Lind, oh boy. I don't throw the term fan favorite around lightly, but fan favorite Missy Hendricks is probably going to be our next finisher. And I know the love in the chat for Missy. People who know her, she's very well liked by the Arizona running community, one of our indigenous runners in this event. And for those who didn't know her or don't know her personally, who became personally invested in her story after watching the cutoff, it's going to be a thing. Yeah. It's going to be a moment. Oh, my goodness. Look at that. Look at that crowd. They're waiting for Robbie. Again, Robbie, another story in the cutoff, last year's film. And now, by my estimations, less than 2 miles from the finish.
That's amazing.
Robbie, I don't want to give too much away from his story in last year's race. He also was a previous DFL.
Oh, really?
In 2024, yeah, he was the final finisher.
Yeah. Do you remember that now?
So, and now on your right-hand side, that is George Lind.
So it's looking like Missy, she got pinged. She's now ahead of George, so she may be finishing here fairly soon. Unless we have George right now and it just hasn't updated. Well, it says 16 minutes, so yeah.
Yeah, George is about, let's see, I'll see what the next street sign is. I should have these memorized by now. I think he's about 3.5 blocks out, perhaps.
Okay.
Also, George's calves are massive.
Yeah, I could tell.
Dude has some seriously massive calves. Yet another runner. I love this vantage point, getting to see these final few runners as they leave Buffalo Park.
That might be Susie Lurie coming in right there.
I think that would track. I think that it looks like she might be the final female runner at the back of the pack right now. It's it's a very emotional thing to be watching this. You know, so much admiration and respect for these runners and what they've accomplished over the last
almost 124 hours.
Yeah,
that
I mean, you're
just blows
talking,
my mind.
You know, 5 full days and change at this point. 5 days and 4 hours coming up on that at the top of the hour. You know, all of the things that go into their race, all of the sleeps, all of the self-care, all of the, you know, the logistics. You know, these runners going through so much to get where they are. And I expect we're going to see George Lind just made the left on Birch, the most famous left-hand turn in all of sports. It's not at Indianapolis. It is not in Daytona. It is not at Yankee Stadium. The most famous left-hand turn in all of sports is indeed the left on Birch in Flagstaff, Arizona. And there's a bit of irony in this, Jake, because when you're coming down Beaver Street, you know what you can't do when you're driving down Beaver Street? Turn left on Birch.
Oh, because they're all...
It's a one-way going the other
street.
direction.
Yeah, that's right.
So only Cocodona runners, as well as other pedestrians, can make that left on Birch. Everybody else has to go straight or right.
Yeah.
George coming up on LaRue Street, the final crossing of his Cocodona journey. Thanks to the over now 2,500 people joining us here on Golden Morning, I guess 5 minutes out from Golden Hour proper. And I'll admit, I was wrong. I thought that we would be wrapping things up about this point. I still think that our Golden Hour is probably going to end maybe about 20 to 25 minutes early.
Yeah.
I don't think there are going to be any nail-biting finishes here, barring something very strange happening. But George Lind is going to be coming down the alley here in just a few moments.
Well, it's kind of maybe going through their minds that, like, they know they're going to finish, so why, push it? They're not winning the race at this point, obviously, so they're just going to soak it in and enjoy it, enjoy the moment.
Sure. I mean, if you want to run it in for the photo, I get that too.
Yeah.
But at that point, that's the only thing that I would run it in for.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're like me, you're out there and you like to pick up a jog and maybe suck in your stomach a little bit.
Yeah,
that's what I have to do. But
look at
man,
the lean. Wow. And George just finished. Great job.
George Lind, 123 hours, 55 minutes, and 41 seconds. Congratulations to George Lind, your latest finisher of the Cocodona 250. Actually, believe it or not, knocking 20 minutes off his time from last year.
Great job.
Congratulations, George. Oh, man, that lean on the right-hand side.
Very painful.
Oh, that is a lean right there. Not sure who that is, but they are coming through Buffalo Park. Man, just hold it together. Oh, man.
Yeah, it looks like we have Wayne Almo out there, Greg Secretario, and Robbie. That's definitely not Robbie. Robbie already came through.
Yeah, Robbie came through.
So it's either Greg or Wayne that we're looking at here.
Oh, man, that's uncomfortable to see. I mean, I am rooting for this person. You've got an hour to go a mile and a half, basically.
And he's very determined. I mean, he's not like having to stop at all, and he's moving at us. Well, now he stops.
This is reminiscent of Stephen Park in 2022.
Yeah.
Although, as we mentioned, Stephen Park's lean was forward, but that's because his pack was massive. And to see this lean here, yeah, I mean, they're going to have Med waiting for him at the finish line, ready to catch him or her. I'm not quite sure who that is. But once we have positive identification, we will confirm. Yeah, somebody just mentioned he's moving fast for that severe of a lean. Yeah. I agree.
Yep.
And our drone is back up in the skies. And in the left-hand shot, you can see our most recent finisher, George Lind, speaking with race director Steve Adderholt, who is congratulating him for a second trip north through the Cocodona course. We are 2 minutes from the golden hour proper, as the leaner is going to be hitting Schweitzer Canyon Trail, which will lead them to the streets of Flagstaff. This is a mile and a half out from the finish, but it is going to be a long mile and a half for this individual.
It's kind of scary to think that this is like a very slight downhill right here. So what's going to happen when we get onto the street? And the grade is much steeper on the street coming down. Definitely be using those poles.
We'll see if we can. Yeah, we can get our follow cam to get a quick shot of that bib. We will definitely be appreciative. I mean, that pace will get this runner to the finish line.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
With the distance required to cover at this point. It is just going to be pretty crazy. And if this is our back of the pack at this point, it is going to be a very powerful moment. Grab some tissues and get ready for, what is going to be a very emotional journey.
Confirmation that is Wayne Amo coming in with the lean.
Okay, thank you. Wayne Amo.
Yeah.
Bib number 306. Of El Cajon, California, 57 years young. Has run some tough stuff. Ran Bigfoot in 2023. A couple of shorter, tough races. Cuyamaca is a fairly brutal 100K some years.
That was a difficult one.
It can get really hot and nasty out there. San Diego 100 on, not on the same trails, but a lot of the same types of trails in the same area. So Wayne Amo. We believe at the back of the pack, we're going to be rooting very hard for Wayne as he makes his way down Schweitzer Canyon Trail. As long as he can keep it together and keep moving forward. When he's moving...
Yeah, he's moving well.
He's moving well. It's just that it seems like he is needing to pause every so often to compose and get himself ready again. We are, those of you out there just as emotionally invested in what Wayne is doing.
He's got his head down now. Oh.
Yeah, this is...
Come on, Wayne. Just get moving again. There you go.
Strong vibes of our previous closest to the finish DFL was, as we mentioned, Stephen Park, who finished with 3 minutes and 30 seconds to spare in 2022. However, that was a different course due to some fires further down, and his time was 151 hours, 56 minutes, and 30 seconds. I'm not quite sure. You know what? I'm going to take a quick peek through my resources and see what the, quote, longest finisher is on the course proper.
Yeah, hopefully we can get a camera on Missy coming in here.
Yeah, we know that Missy is a fan favorite with lots of love. Those of us who have gotten to know her through the cutoff are emotionally invested in her journey.
So we are under an hour now to the closure of Cocodona 250.
Thank you to our title sponsor, Ultra, for making this possible. Thank you to Run Flagstaff for allowing us to share in your space. I'm looking back through recent years, and so I'm going to go through the final finisher progression through the years. In 2021, the DFL was Andre Lee in 124.23.30. In 2022, the DFL was Stephen Park when 21:56.30, but the cutoff that year was 122 hours, which means that he finished just 3 minutes 30 seconds ahead of the cutoff. The 2023 was a quick year by our standards. There was no golden hour that year. 122.12.35. That was Elizabeth Russ, another runner featured in the cutoff. 2024. It was Robbie Cheney, who is on course now.
On course now, yep.
124. Actually, it was two people. It was Robbie Cheney and Giuseppe Sandoval. 124.17.23. I do remember the two of them coming in together. And Elizabeth Russ and David Toms last year, 124.26.30. So Elizabeth Russ, the only runner to have two DFLs, one of them being a tie and the other one being solo. So our longest time ever to finish this race was Elizabeth Russ and David Toms last year, 124 hours, 26 minutes, 30 seconds. As you can see, David Amo on your lower right. I'm hoping we can get eyes on the streets of Flagstaff for Missy here in next few moments as well. Missy Hendricks, a fan favorite out there. She is definitely on Beaver Street. Hopefully we can catch her before left on Birch. Thanks to everybody who is hanging out with us. Yeah, as long as Wayne his forward steps are good.
Yeah.
It's not like he is dragging himself. It's just a lot of start-stop running.
Right. I just wonder how painful every step is. He's probably just trying to go as much as he can before having to stop.
Yeah.
So Missy should be rounding the corner here any second.
Yeah, we'll see if we get eyes on Missy Hendricks as she is finishing Cocodona. And, yeah, Wayne, a whole lot of start and stop. Wayne has 54 minutes to get down to Heritage Square. And from where he's at
2
on
miles.
Schweitzer Canyon.
That was pinged 8 minutes ago, so.
I would say it's probably about 1.6 perhaps, because he is on the kind of wider section of Schweitzer Canyon. It kind of narrows and starts to head downhill a little bit.
Yeah.
And once he gets there, he's on the streets of Flagstaff.
Maybe that's Missy.
Is that Missy right there?
So. Looks like it.
Two-time Cocodona finisher.
Oh, look at the cheers.
People love Missy. They really do. And justifiably
Way to go.
so.
Yes.
Finishes with such zeal. Love watching her as she has now two finishes at Cocodona. Featured in the cutoff, an Indigenous runner, and all smiles. 124 hours, 7 minutes, about 15 seconds, give or take. Love to see it. Congratulations to Missy. Of course, this was with a this is the second time we've seen Missy finish. Her finish was featured in the cutoff. I think that
Flag.
look how many people are out there for the back of the pack. This is the golden hour. I feel like this is becoming a recognized thing. I mean, you start to see it at all of the big races. The human spirit tunnel that is going to greet the final finisher here is going to spill out onto Birch, and this has become an annual thing. I mean, as these final runners come down the street, they're going to be greeted by people on Beaver Street, on Birch. The employees at the hospital always come out to congratulate and acknowledge these runners. Thanks to all of you who are spending your Saturday morning with Jake and myself. And I know that our socials crew is down there at the finish line. Hopefully they will be able to bring us these discussions, this audio, and that'll be featured online, I'm sure, on the Mountain Outpost and Aravaipa and Cocodona social media channels.
So it looks like maybe our next finisher coming up should be Ashley Livingston from Cupertino, California.
I enjoy a Cupertino sometimes, maybe with a scone or a biscotti.
Cupertino.
Is that NorCal or SoCal?
I've never heard of that city. Google map this location. Let's see. No, that's not going to take us there.
Want to take, while we have a moment, recognizing Missy's finish, to thank our title sponsor, Ultra. This is the Cocodona 250, sponsored by Ultra. Also, some of our other sponsors. Actually, I want to whip through those as well. Thanks to John G. Thanks to Koros, who brought you the Koros clock in the upper right-hand corner. Tailwind, Precision Fuel and Hydration, Never Second. All of them ran point at multiple aid stations out there, so thanks to them. Ultra Aspire. Ultra Aspire was a sponsor, and the Traverse, the official backpack of the Cocodona 250. Catula, Satisfy, the Fane Ranch at Satisfy Fane Ranch Aid Station continues to grow in its legendary mystique year after year. Discover Flagstaff, thank you to them. Squirrels Nut Butter, Chris Thornley, working tirelessly at Fort Tuthill Aid Station to help Kim and Joe Casey with runners. The city of Sedona for being so welcoming to us. Sundog Running, Ian Torrance over there, and his crew. Runners for Public Lands. We spoke with Ty from Runners for Public Lands yesterday, and had a great discussion about how you as runners can be involved in the preservation of public lands, and Halo. Halo helps with runner accommodations and travel planning. So thank you to all of our sponsors that have made this possible. Thank you to all of you watching at home. Thanks to all of our volunteers, our media team. And we're still not done yet.
Nope. So the tracker just updated. We have Ashley, Livingston, and Lacy Aaron coming in pretty close. So we'll have to see who crosses the mat first here.
Yeah, we've got just a handful of runners left. Let me take a look at my personal tracker. Of course, we saw George Lind finish. We saw Missy Hendricks come in shortly afterward. By my count, I have 8. Not quite sure on the status of Stacy Dosty, but I'm anticipating 7 coming in. I think the remaining 7 I would expect to be coming in here soon would be Lacy Aaron, Ashley Livingston, Wayne Amo, Susie Lurie, Greg Secatero, Larry DeBoard, Robbie Cheney. A shout out to Native Women Running. I actually had a great conversation a few years ago leading up to Haveling 100 with Verna Volker of Native Women Running, who shared the story of what brought Native women running together and their advocacy efforts.
Yeah, any of you in the chat that are just watching this on the TV that are nearby, come on over. You still have time.
Absolutely.
Get a cup of coffee from Fireside and just be a part of this in real life, real time.
Shout out for those that are interested in Native Women Run. You can go to their website, nativewomenrun.org, and find out about their goals and values, community, inspiration, motivation, and visibility, and support them there. Thanks for reminding me, Stephanie. Greg Secatero, when he comes in, will be yet another 4-time finisher of the Cocodona 250, which means he gets that 1,000-mile hardware. Yeah, this is a pretty robust golden hour for us, and no lies. To get this many, 7, that might be a record for us in the golden hour.
That's awesome.
I would expect Lacy Aaron or Ashley Livingstone to be coming down here real soon.
Yeah, they're neck and neck.
Yeah, Larry DeBoard looks like maybe next in line there. Then Greg Secatero, another fan favorite, another Indigenous runner. Shout out to Greg. Robbie Cheney, the 2024 DFL of the Cocodona 250. And then Susie Lurie, perhaps coming in around or behind them. And Wayne Amo. We've had eyes on Wayne Amo. And if you're not familiar with the ultra lean, you're going to see one. If you're just tuning in, the next time we have eyes on Wayne Amo, you are going to be blown away by the toughness of that man. Again, shout out Native Women Running and the advocacy and community work that they do to recognize and encourage Indigenous women to be active in the running communities.
Another finisher here? Okay. Who is
That
this?
That is correct. The latest I've seen a finisher come in is with 25 minutes to spare under normal timing.
Did we have a name pop up for this runner?
Yeah, let me pull that name up real quick. My apologies. I need to be quicker on the draw. I will do better. Ashley Livingstone.
Both of them coming in.
Bib number 336. Ashley Livingstone and Lacy Aaron. I'll grab Lacy's information. You grab Ashley's.
Yep.
Perfect.
Yeah, Ashley, she didn't have much on her bio here, but she's a 2025 Dinosaur Valley 100-mile finisher, 2024 Sedona Canyons finisher, and a 2023 Fat Dog 50-mile finisher.
Shout out to Lacy Aaron of Bettendorf, Iowa, 41 years young, a new Cocodona 250 finisher, 124.1843. Lacy did fill out the runner survey quite robustly, in fact. A stay-at-home mom of 7 and 9-year-old boys from Iowa, from the Quad Cities. I actually worked in the Quad Cities, so I know the area fairly well. Didn't get into running until her 7-year-old was born. In fact, hated running before that, previously from Kansas City. Oh, this is awesome. And found a running group for moms that really supported her and encouraged her to push herself. Proud of being sober for 6 years this June. Running became a lifeline early in sobriety and moved to Iowa in 2021 and found trail running and never looked back. Ran her first 100K before running an official marathon, has done 200 milers. She is, again, exceedingly proud of her sobriety, and she wants to show her boys that we can do hard things. She believes we can accomplish our goals with grit, determination, and drawing strength from God, and she just wants to be the best role model for them that she can be. The inspiration for this race, a familiar one, Every Step Forward, the Sally McRae film.
Yep.
And then watching the live stream the last 2 years, and her coach completing it last year, and also her husband's unwavering belief in her. She's done Trans Rockies, which is 120 miles, but done 100 miles in multiple races. From the Midwest, she was excited about the cacti. And so she had plenty of opportunity to spot cacti in the wild. I know at Black Canyon, they're all over the place. And she wanted to thank her husband, Jeff, who has been her biggest cheerleader and supported through all of her training. Lacy says that even though he works full-time and she stays home, he's taking on so much extra to lighten the load around the house and with the boys, and she thinks that he believes in her more than maybe she believes in herself. She couldn't do it without him. Lacy Aaron of Bettendorf, Iowa, doing her family and community proud with a Cocodona 250 finish, and we're down to 5. We have Susie Lurie, Greg Secatero, Robbie Cheney, Larry DeBoard, and Wayne Amo.
It looks like all but Wayne are down
on the
road.
streets.
Yeah.
Hopefully, we've got a number of follow cams so we can get eyes on these runners.
Is Callie Vinson there?
I wonder if Callie is her coach, perhaps.
Could be.
Callie Vinson, an experienced Cocodona 250 finisher herself. Body positivity advocate. Her story is well documented. Also a John G. sponsored athlete. A very emotional, big-hearted person. Callie Vinson supporting her athlete there. Lacy Aaron of Bettendorf, Iowa. Yeah, these are emotional moments, so...
Might have another runner coming in.
Yeah, a lot of love for Callie in the chat. You know, a lot of love for Callie no matter where she is, though.
Yeah, let's see. Who is this?
This is Larry DeBoard.
Larry DeBoard.
Larry DeBoard, bib number 359. Let's tell you about Larry DeBoard.
Seward, Alaska. He likes to spend time outside and thought it was a good opportunity to do that. He's just looking forward to the challenge and being able to see Arizona. Furthest distance before this is a 100-miler. He was looking forward to getting past the Hangover Trail. And his crew, wife Julie, friend crew Carrie.
Of course, Larry being from Seward, Alaska, of course, there's an iconic race there in its own right, the Mount Marathon.
Yes.
5K. If you want to watch some craziness, go watch YouTube videos of Mount Marathon. It's a 5K, so it's not long.
Yeah.
You don't even have to watch the whole thing. I mean, you can watch just how it starts and how it finishes with the. And you want to talk about some amazing mountain runners. You know, that's where it's at right there. As Lacy is now setting up for a photo. Celebrating her Cocodona 250 finish.
Looks like Larry's got a couple races soon. Denali 100K out in Alpine Creek, Alaska, and
wow.
Resurrection Pass Ultras 50-miler also in July. 4 days apart. Oh, no, June and July, yeah. So hopefully he has enough time to recover after this big effort.
You said Denali 100K?
Denali 100K.
I guess I thought that was like 130 or something like that. But no,
Yeah,
I mean, I guess
know.
they must have multiple distances
Yeah,
or something.
probably.
Wow. About 35 and a half minutes remaining here in the Cocodona 250 2026 presented by Ultra. Oh.
Who is this?
This has got to be, I think this has got to be Greg Secatero.
From Kenyatta, Arizona. Fourth finish at Cocodona.
Greg Secatero will congratulations to Greg. Now a 1,000-miler at Cocodona, another one of our indigenous runners from Kayenta up in the northeastern part of the state of Arizona, being greeted by supporters as well as other runners.
Ooh.
He's kissing the ground.
Yeah.
Yeah. Showing respect for these lands. I just love the collaborative spirit that that this race has with so many members of the indigenous running community.
Yeah.
You know, there's really a mutual respect and love for those runners, and and our best efforts to give these lands the due respect that they deserve.
Absolutely.
And plus, everybody, all of the indigenous runners I've met are really cool and tough as hell.
Yeah. I mean, 1,000 miles, that's impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. Greg Secatero, bib 323. We are down to the nitty gritty here at the Cocodona 250, presented by Ultra. Now that Greg has come in and Larry has come in, we're down to 3. And man, look at that crowd.
I know.
Look
Standing
at the
room
people.
only.
This
That's amazing.
is mirroring what we saw on Wednesday when Rachel Entrican came in. Okay, Wayne
Eyes
Amo.
on Wayne.
Wayne Amo, basically less than a mile out at this point. It is going to be a fight.
Yeah. Just got to keep moving, buddy. Come on.
Somebody's asking for Greg's proper time. I will grab that from our systems and share that. I've been kind of eyeballing it, really, to be honest. Just as they come through the finish line, been kind of keeping an eye on the tracker. But I can pull up.
There we go.
Greg's final finish time. There you go. See, that's the thing.
Yeah.
When he's moving, he looks like he's moving well. It's just that it is a start and stop, and of course, I'm sure that I can't speak for everybody, but every time he stops, I start to clench.
Yeah. This part does have a little bit of an uphill.
Very slight, yeah.
If he can get over that, maybe things will go a little bit smoother for him.
Greg Secatero's final finish time was at 9:25:13, so that would be 124 hours, 25 minutes, 13 seconds. And And we await our final three runners who made it through the last aid station. Rooting so hard for these individuals. Robbie Cheney, Susie Lurie, and Wayne Amo. If you haven't had a good cry in like the last 2.5 days, this is going to be your opportunity to get one.
So we'll just go ahead and talk a little bit about Susie as she's making her way in. She's
Sure.
from Plymouth, Minnesota. She says, very proud to live in Minnesota where the trails are brutal and beautiful. I'm the youth program manager at a synagogue. Her favorite part of her job is helping kids get ready for their bar mitzvahs. And favorite student right now is my son, Riley. She's a huge fan of the sport, and at some point I realized that I could actually be in Arizona racing, not just following the race from my couch. It's like getting to join the cast of my favorite TV show. Last May, my crew chief, Danielle, said, we shouldn't wait to race Cocodona, and I said, YOLO, adventure awaits us.
And we have eyes here on Susie.
She was very excited to roll into Crown King and even more excited to roll out feeling good.
She's kind of rolling in with a little bit of swagger right there. I love it.
She's got the strut.
Yeah, strutting the streets of Flagstaff like you own the joint. Well, for right now, you absolutely do.
Yeah.
Absolutely, Susie. You have earned the right to stroll through town however you see fit. Love it. Susie is going to be our final female finisher of the Cocodona 250 in 2026. And the crowd just continues to swell at the finish line. Once upon a time, it was a spirit tunnel down the alley. I don't really know if they can pull that off this year.
Too many people. Have to start selling tickets, put it in a grandstand and
bleachers, man.
Yeah, bleachers. Yeah.
About 2 blocks away, in the case of Susie Lurie on the lower right.
She wanted to shout out her kids, Riley, 12, and Brooklyn, 9. Thank you for supporting me and believing in me and running with me. And to my husband, Matt, thanks for holding down the fort so I can have this amazing adventure, and thanks for always picking me up from the random places I run. Yeah, it's definitely a team effort getting ready for these races.
And on your lower right, you can see Wayne Amo turning on to Beaver Street. From where he's at, that's about 0.7 of a mile as he's hitting the Flagstaff Medical Center. He has completed all of the climbing. He is now on flat ground and downhill the rest of the way. You can do this.
I've been told we're going to try to get some sound down at the finish line here. We're not exactly sure how clear it's going to be, but hopefully you can get a little listen to the vibes down there in Heritage Square.
Yeah, the ultra lean is one of those things where if you ask 10 different people, you're going to get possibly 10 different answers.
Yeah.
I've heard from medical experts that say that nobody's quite figured it out. There are other people who say it is an electrolyte imbalance. There are people talk about it being maybe a core weakness.
Right.
And again, if you ask several people, you will get several answers.
And what I've heard from talking to people who have it affect them is it doesn't always happen every single race. So whatever it is that is causing it, it's pretty hard to figure out.
Yeah, and also like for those that are concerned about Wayne rolling solo, he has now that he's hit the streets of Flagstaff, he is allowed to have people alongside him, pacers, friends, even potentially, somebody to make sure that he is physically okay. We have a filmer right there as well, literally.
Right.
Like that's why we're able to carry images of him.
No, he did not start the race like
No.
that. This is something that happens as the race progresses.
Yeah. And again, like I've said, you ask multiple different people, you get a litany of answers. But Susie Lurie, Robbie Cheney, and Wayne Amo are our final three runners on the course. Where did Robbie go? We saw a lot of him up to Buffalo Park, but then after Buffalo Park, he seems to have disappeared.
Thanks so much, everybody in the chat that's been following along over these past 6 days. Yeah.
Of course, Susie just made the most famous left-hand turn in all of sports. Thank you to the thousands of you tuning in on our Mountain Outpost YouTube channel for the final couple finishers of the Cocodona 250 presented by Ultra. You love what you're seeing, smash that like button. Catch our live streams. Oh, there we go. There he is. Robbie Cheney. 2024 DFL. Finishing in 2026, Robbie Cheney. Again, you want to learn more about Robbie and his family and his experiences in 2024, or I'm sorry, in 2025 rather. Watch The Cutoff, the recently released film, as he is greeted by race director Steve Adderholt, hugging Robbie yet again, becoming a regular thing here in the center of Heritage Square. Over 3,500 of you out there joining us. We appreciate it wholeheartedly. Like, subscribe, follow us on socials. You got Mountain Outpost, you got Aravaipa, you have Cocodona accounts on several platforms. Instagram, I would say, might be your best bet to get the most content. Following everybody from Rachel Entrican and Killian Korth down to our final couple finishers. Now we have two on course, and one of them is probably coming right down the alley here. Susie Lurie and Wayne Amo are our last two runners that we expect to come in here. Susie Lurie, man, that
she got
swagger.
That strut, yeah.
I love it.
She's getting all of it.
She did it. Our final female finisher of the 2026 Cocodona 250.
Nice job, Susie.
Man, just looked so good coming down the street.
Now
Somebody's
we're down
asking
to
about
one.
George. If you're asking about George Lind, he finished about
his
40
tracker's
minutes,
still
20
up here.
minutes
That's
ago.
probably
Oh,
why. Yeah.
Yeah, no, we caught George coming in.
Yeah.
Yeah, his tracker must have fallen asleep, but he sure didn't. So if Wayne is where I anticipate him being, as long as he's still moving, he's got less than a kilometer to go.
Yeah. He's good. He's got it.
I see a sighting of Fox. The Aravaipa Wonder Dog was with Jubilee right there, race director for Haviland 100 and Black Canyon. Jubilee Page just went by. Congratulations to Susie right here. Love to see a picture with her and Rachel bookending the amazing women's race here at the Cocodona 250.
We got some sound down there at the finish line.
Let's see, 6 minutes ago, it was like 0.2 out or so.
And we got Wayne here coming in.
Movie star right here. Movie star.
Yeah. Hey, I know you.
Yeah.
Oh, Wayne Amo. Our man in charge here, Zach Marion, our executive producer, can't contain himself over there. This is what it's all about.
We're all cheering for Wayne.
Scott.
I was like, probably put him on a chair.
Yeah.
Love to hear the cheers as it's coming down,
Oh, yeah.
This is going to be awesome.
Yeah, you guys want to go under the
Everybody's
banner?
just eagerly awaiting him coming down that last final chute.
I think.
Okay.
Thanks so much for the donations that are coming in from the chat, guys. Really appreciate it.
Welcome to the proceedings, Zach Marion, our executive producer. How you feeling, Zach?
I'm a little tired, but I don't think I'm as tired as these guys. I don't know. It might be. I don't look like that. Just lean a little to the left instead of the right, I guess.
Yeah.
What a week, eh?
Always.
Man, Cocodona gets me every single time. What it takes to put this on and to make this happen is so much effort and work behind the scenes, but like, this is why. Right here.
Do you recognize that street, Chris? How far do you think he is?
If that's Dale Street, then he's got about 4 blocks, maybe 4.5, counting the passing LaRue. I'm actually trying to do the Google Maps thing and create a path here.
Are you following the street map all the way in?
Yeah, trying to. Or wait, is that Beaver Street Liquors right there? Okay, so he's got a little bit further than I realized, but it's going to be a push.
And look at that crowd. I mean, I think that is just about every runner from the 250, from the 125, from the 40, from the 80, all the races combined. Like anyone who's still in flag, that is the community. That is our community.
It looks like they're going to do the tunnel down there because there's people in the actual.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So he's actually just over a half mile out.
Okay.
And he has 17 minutes.
Come on. Keep moving.
From the whole live stream team, we want to thank the entire audience for following along, for your comments, for your support. We honestly couldn't do this without the whole team that behind the scenes. And I do want to give a quick shout out to my team. I think I've gotten a lot of love out there as I've been around the finish line, and people have said so many amazing things about the live stream and how grateful they are for it. And I cannot take all the credit. It honestly is my entire team out here. You know, we had our incredible commentary crew who sacrificed their time and their voices and their sleep to make this happen. Luke and Hillary out in the field. We had an incredible team behind the mic. Obviously, Jake, thank you for racing and coming in. As always, Chris Warden for, being the voice, the unofficial, I guess we can make it official voice of Mountain Outpost at this point. I'm grateful for Alyssa Clark, Caleb Stevens, Corinne Chalvoy, of course, AJW. You can probably hear him from Portland in the mic from here. Hillary Yang, obviously, out in the field. Claire Farrow for being a part of it. All of our guests, Shelby, Kevin Goldberg, that have just given their time and effort to come in here. And also, huge shout out to my field team. We had an amazing crew that sacrificed so much to bring this to everybody. Our drone pilots, Mike McTeer, Mitch Queering. We had Andreas out there, Andreas Petker. We had Dakota. Like, if you liked your drone shots, if you like those sky shots, man, you got to throw a big thanks to that team. Connor out there, my field producer, making everything happen with the volunteers and coordinating all those shots. Shad for sleeping overnight up on top of Eldon, and giving you guys those new shots we've never seen before. And also, Taylor, Jeff out there as our field teams, bringing you stuff from the field. Gus, the man behind the screen, giving you the finish line shots right now. And last but not least, my team back here. I've got Nick, I've got Trevor, I've got Brett, and I've got Jordan, who did all the work behind the scenes to make this happen. All the unknowns, all the effort. Huge shout out to my team. I just want to thank them publicly for everything they've done. And again, the audience, we couldn't do this if you guys didn't support us, and our phenomenal sponsors, obviously, that help out. So thank you, everybody. We sincerely appreciate it. Now let's get this guy into the finish line.
Yeah, I feel much safer about him actually being in the road with people stewarding him there. That sidewalk becomes treacherous with those poles at this point, given the way that his gait is so wildly affected. We are looking at Wayne Amo.
Come on, Wayne. You didn't make it this far to just make it this far. Let's go.
Wayne has 13 minutes, and if he is at Hunt Avenue,
it's almost like watching your kids take their first step. You just want to put your arms out and grab them and just,
about 0.4 of a mile to go.
Oh, wake him up. That is such a good strategy. All right, finish line. If y'all can hear us at the finish line, please let's get him there. Oh, look at that. Look at that. That is our community.
Come on, Wayne, you can do this.
He's got it. He's got it.
We believe in you, Wayne. I couldn't imagine being someone just walking down downtown Flagstaff right now and seeing like that's happening and people being like, "Come on, buddy."
Just trying to stretch
You're like,
out
"No,
a
the
little
hospital's
bit.
the other way."
Looks like yeah, he's at the intersection of Beaver and Hunt, which, yeah, just past that, a little less than 0.4 of a mile to go. And he's got to cover this final 0.4 of a mile in
Just over
11 minutes.
Come on, Wayne.
As long as he keeps moving, he's got a shot. That's the most important thing. And Wayne, you have thousands of people at this point cheering you on.
You got like 400 of my runs.
This is the most popular runner of Cocodona right here.
We just went over 4,000 watching online right now. Come on, Wayne.
We've got the entire team here in the studio standing up.
Yeah.
Like,
Keep moving, buddy. You got it.
I don't know, let's see what my choreo says my heart rate is at this moment.
Yeah, now it's gonna be like on the college. We're gonna do like it is AP like yeah.
10 minutes. 10 minutes to go for Wayne Amo to get to the finish line. As we mentioned, under 0.4 of a mile to go. Fighting through it. Absolutely fighting through it.
Wayne is the epitome of grit, determination, leaving it all out there. Sure, I guess it's cool to break a course record, but I mean, come on.
Yeah.
This is
9.5
better.
minutes. Come on, Wayne. Keep moving. Keep going forward.
I know, I've slept.
This pace gets him there. This pace gets
Yeah.
him there.
Is he close to the turn?
He's about 3 blocks out, maybe 3.5.
Okay.
Maybe 4.5 blocks total. I would say a little over 0.3 miles with 8 minutes to go. Again, this pace gets him there. As long as this keeps going, he's got this.
It might be the sleep deprivation, but man, the tears are flowing already.
Yeah, this is
This is spirit. This is what it is.
He's moving in the right direction. He's moving steady. This is what's going to get it done, Wayne. We are all behind you.
He needs to take advantage of the gravity and keep going.
Absolutely. And that's another thing. That's an excellent point, Zach. This is downhill.
Yeah.
This is downhill right here, and once he gets down to actually really down to Birch, then it levels out and it's flat.
He's making up good time right now.
Yeah, this is what he needs right here. This is actually going to give him as 7 minutes.
Everyone out there needs to be clapping, cheering, giving him like something to move forward.
That spirit tunnel is actually going to start at Beaver Street at this rate. I mean, this is wild. Wayne is taking such good advantage of that downhill right here. As long as he can keep moving at this pace, he's going to do it, and it's going to be one of the most celebrated things we've ever witnessed. This race has had it all. See if we can get our, there we go. Yeah, thank you. Awesome. That was Dale Street. So 1, 2, 3, 3.5 blocks to go. Still a downhill, 6 minutes.
Oh, come on, Wayne, keep going.
He's been steadily moving. That's the thing that's awesome, is that he is still moving forward, taking that momentum.
Too much momentum.
Yeah, he's pushing
But
himself.
he turned quick.
Yeah.
He got back going again quick. He knows he's got a shot at this. Keep fighting.
Buddy, okay.
5 minutes.
I was going to say, he's got to make that turn with like 4 minutes left.
Looks like he's coming up on Cherry Street right now. So that would be 2.5 blocks.
I see that crowd getting bigger.
4.5 minutes.
Oh, come on, buddy.
The crowd has left Heritage.
Yeah, if you're out there at Heritage and you can hear this, maybe like start a Wayne chant or something. Let him know that you're out there cheering for him. Give him some motivation.
Te amo, Wayne amo.
4 minutes. He just passed Cherry Street. The next street he hits is the left on Birch. 1 plus 1 plus half block down Cocodona Alley. Basically.
Okay, so I did my math wrong. He still has time.
Yeah. That last block was good. It does level out here, which hopefully would help his stabilization, which would prevent him from having any more stops here. Because this slight downhill is working in terms of his momentum, but also, it's momentum versus balance.
He's going to finish this race.
3 minutes.
That's all there is to it.
Wayne just steps away from the most amazing left-hand turn in all of sports.
Oh. My heart is racing right now. Oh.
Let's go! You're doing great! Awesome job!
2.5 minutes.
Come on, buddy. Come on. Come on. At this point, I just want to see him get there.
Last turn.
Wayne has hit the left on Birch. One and a half blocks to go.
2 minutes.
2 minutes.
We're in no stopping mode.
Come on, keep moving, keep moving.
$90 seconds, less than 2 blocks to go.
Don't stop, no, come on.
Listen to that crowd.
Minute 15. One minute. One block.
Let's get him home, everyone.
30 seconds. Let's get him home. Like you said, Sam.
Everyone is beyond proud of Wayne right now. I mean, look at this fight, this grit. He's going to get that buckle. Look at that crew just whipping those sticks back out.
Yeah. He's working so hard right now. Come on, buddy. Come on, buddy. One more turn. She's going to do it. Oh, get him up. Come on, guys. This will crawl across.
125 hours, 1 minute, 35 seconds. Wayne Amo, you ran 250 miles.
Congratulations, Wayne. You did finish this race.
We should probably do something about that.
Medics there immediately to take care of Wayne.
This doesn't happen very often. No. Oh, man.
Look at the love.
Whew.
Get him checked out, make sure he's taken care of.
Wow.
Oh. All of us in the studio are just overwhelmed. It hit us all. Zach, Jake, myself. The guys behind the scenes, there's not a dry eye in this room right now.
I doubt there's a dry eye down there at the finish.
That's true. Regardless of what the clock says, regardless of status as a finisher, Wayne Amo just showed an audience of thousands online and an audience of well in excess of 1,000 down in Heritage Square what toughness is.
I mean, the camera's shaking out there.
Yeah. Wayne, I'm sorry. I just need a moment for Zach for this to soak in. It's just so powerful of a moment. Everybody there, I don't think anybody's leaving. I think they want to make sure that Wayne is okay.
Yeah.
And they want to see maybe him emerge or at least get positive reinforcement from the medical staff who tended to him immediately. I can't stress that enough. Thank you to our med team who were there right as he got to the finish line. And we're monitoring the situation from afar as well.
Thank you, Wayne, for inspiring me for the next Cocodona.
Yeah, that is a full year's worth of inspiration. Everybody from Rachel Entrican to Wayne Amo, thank you for giving us something this weekend. Zach, I mean, we're just kind of doing this on the fly at this point. I'm kind of at a loss for words. I think we just kind of need to wrap things up because there's really nothing else we can say.
Yeah. I just want to say one thing. Save this clip anytime you're in an ultra and you don't think that you can do it or go any further. Just watch that clip, and I guarantee you will keep going.
Watch the last 20 minutes of this before any race, and just remind yourself that no matter what, you can keep going.
Yeah.
Absolutely. This has been the Cocodona 250 presented by Ultra. Thank you to all of our sponsors, Janji, Koros, Tailwind, Precision Fuel and Hydration, Never Second, Ultra Aspire, Catula, Satisfy, Discover Flagstaff, Squirrels Nut Butter, the City of Sedona, Sundog Running, Runners for Public Lands, Halo Travel Accommodations for Runners. Special thanks to Run Flagstaff for allowing us to share in this amazing journey that we've all undertaken over the last 125 hours. Thank you to all of you who have been tuning in over the last 5 days, 5 hours, and 5 minutes. It has been...
Has it been that long?
It has been unbelievable. Congratulations to all the finishers and all the starters and those who fought over the course of this amazing odyssey. As you can see, the original DFL, Andre Lee and Robbie Cheney presenting our DFL this year. I'm glad we caught this before we went off the air, but Susie Lurie, a well-deserved DFL award presented by those who know how to get it done. Thanks to everybody with the Cocodona 250 team, Steve Adderholt, the race director, Erica, the associate race director.
Oh, how cool. First place giving last place her medal.
Rachel Entrican giving Susie that recognition.
Also, a huge shout out to the 1,300 volunteer spots that were filled. A lot of people volunteered for multiple spots, but 1,350 volunteer spots filled. All 60 staff from Aerovipa and contracted workers for Aerovipa that made this happen. And wow, what a week, guys.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And with that, the Cocodona 250 has drawn to a close. Heck with it.
We know what we sound like.
Jake Jackson.
That was.
What are your
I can't even believe. First of all, thank you guys so much for bringing me in. I couldn't have imagined that was going to be our ending.
Likewise.
It's been such a pleasure being here and sharing this. Yeah, I'm kind of speechless.
Yeah, I am too, and that's why I really don't have any sort of formal extended outro. I just want to say thank you to everybody who have joined us over the last several days. It has been an amazing journey, full of triumph, a little bit of heartbreak, and every emotion in between.
Yeah.
If you're interested in being a part of this journey next year, of course, the lottery is already open. You can go to the Cocodona website and write your own story, just as everybody between Rachel and Wayne did the last 5 days. That does it for us here at Mountain Outpost. Thanks to the folks behind the glass for making sure we stayed on the air the entire time. Thanks to Run Flagstaff, to all of you. And until next time, we'll see you on Mountain Outpost.
Take care.